Sky is falling down, dark days are here, machinations will halt. Sky is falling down, dark days are here, machinations will halt in a world of fear. But you and me are true, I know just what to do. Walk with me, it's time we fly, escape Armageddon tonight. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this cold predicament, I know I've made it through. Sun is folding up, the light has gone out. The 1% took it to the detriment of all. But you and me are here with a million things to see. Get out that bedroom, open your eyes, turn the PC off tonight. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this cold predicament, I know I've made it through. We knew this day would come, they asked love. We weren't in the street while the wealthy sowed their greed. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this corporate demand, I know I've made it through. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. Well, 7 a.m., tinsel on the tree, tearing off wrapping paper from your new gaming PC. You got AMD Ryzen, you got DDR5, you got a gold-rated power supply, and a fast SSD. You got Steam and Epic and Fit Girl repacks. You've got DaVinci and Photoshop with half-dodgy cracks. Don't forget, son, who put this on your plate. Me in the factory, your mom in the base. Merry Christmas, boy. May this box bring you joy. I love you, son, on this white Christmas day. I see the twinkle in your eye on that first boot. The colors light up to amaze and delight. On Battlefield 6 you're getting on, but at 200 hertz you couldn't care less. The graphics are high and the RT is bright. Who cares if an 8-year-old beats you at Fortnite? Don't forget, son, who put this on your plate. Me in the factory, your mom in the base. Merry Christmas, boy. May this box bring you joy. I love you, son, on this white Christmas day. Christmas gaming under the tree. I remember when that was me, with my Xbox 360. Nothing could tear me from Modern Warfare 2 with my 3KD. Don't forget, son, who put this on your plate. Me in the factory, your mom in the base. Merry Christmas, boy. May this box bring you joy. I love you, son, on this white Christmas day. I wish you love and happiness this cool Christmas day. Never feel you behind, like the one they all forgot. Life's full of splendor, yours full of raw. Technically perfect, but spiritually nil. Everything on paper, nothing in the field. Touch grass, feel it on your skin. It's time to leave that basement, that dungeon of sin. Touch grass, unplug from the rush. Let it heal you, your own light too much. drivers are gone. Black Ops 11 wouldn't run. You think, what have I done to trust Lisa with my funds? But they turned it around after Steve chewed them out. And now game support is here to stay, but for how long? Advanced marketing disaster. Advanced marketing disaster. Such a shame how far you fall when we see what you offer. The greed got you too, so what am I to do? The devil involved. Oh, the devil you know. When G-Force gave us scraps, you gave us everything. Double the memory for no more money, but it's not all rosy Lee, because I remember driver pain, that dreaded black screen on my 5700. Advanced marketing disaster. Advanced marketing disaster. Such a shame how far you fall when we see what you offer. The greed got you too, so what am I to do? The devil involved. Oh, the devil you know. You know. Do I take the green, the red, or blue? Or sack it all and do something new? The games are full of sweats with loot boxes everywhere, but there's something pulling me in. Advanced marketing disaster. Advanced marketing disaster. Such a shame how far you fall when we see what you offer. The greed got you too, so what am I to do? The devil involved. Or the devil you know. You know. Or the devil you know.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god, it is so sunny. Whoa. Hope everyone's doing well today. Adjust the camera and talk you through what we're doing today on the stream. Hopefully audio is coming through. If it isn't, then I guess we're all going to be crying about it all day. Jesus, it should not be this sunny. This is Britain, for God's sake. We're used to the damp, the cold, the wet, and the cloudy. So we can see, obviously, we've got our DDR5 RAM giveaway. That will be next week's stream, but you will earn channel points by watching. So certainly worth hanging around, getting involved in the chat. And then, yeah, you could win yourself some DDR5 if you need to build a new system. So pretty exciting. We've got a few builds, actually. We could do 3. There's 2 Fractal Norths to do. One of them I definitely need to do today. And there's also a Fractal Meshify 3 that I need to do as well. So we'll at least get those 2 done, see what the timing is like. That's all I can say. So I'll put some background music on and we'll get started in a minute. There are a few little channel bits to talk about in a second. Just plans going forward, but we'll get to that in a moment. We've got Tanmay. Good to see you, my friend. What time is it in your neck of the woods at the moment? I never really know when to time these streams. Like, we had that one sort of bumper stream where we had like 120 viewers, and that was at this sort of time. But I always assume everybody in the US is asleep, so I don't know. I don't know. Fine. Right, let's check the other camera's working. Yes, it is, although it's a bit bright. Let's sort that out. Just need to turn the aperture the other way. Whoosh. That's probably too dark now. There we go. Tanmei says, did you know a Chinese dude watched 4,000 jab and passed a Japanese language proficiency order? That's so funny, man. And Japanese is like quite a hard language to learn, isn't it? Right? Okay. All right. So I'll go get the parts for the build whilst everyone filters in, and then we'll talk about some channel stuff going forward, some plans for the content we're going to do based on the Rampocalypse. Yeah. All right. So let me grab some bits. Right. Could probably zoom that in a smidge. There we go. So let's start with obviously the sexiest part of any PC build, of course, being the Lian Li GB002 anti-sag system, guys. How about that? How about that? Anti-sag is so important nowadays. With these long graphics cards, you definitely need some form of anti-sag in the system, whether it's something like this or if it's a bar support. I would always recommend that people grab these. So we'll be using one of these today. I'm just grabbing these in the order that they are available to me. So we'll see. We've got an Acer Predator 2TB NVMe drive. Pretty nice, decent speed, host memory buffer. So this will certainly get the job done. We've got a 9800 X3D, and for once I've actually got it in the retail packaging, if you can believe that, because Amazon was cheaper than my distributor. Crazy, crazy. So obviously this is the top-end CPU that I'd recommend for gamers at the moment. The Ryzen 9's actually not that good for gaming, in my opinion. I mean, they're good, but they won't be as good value as this one overall. And we've got Tavalla in the chat. Good to see you, my friend. And of course, the appreciating asset of the build is the DDR5. And every time one of these kits goes, it's like a bit of my soul is pulled away, because these just become so valuable. And it sucks, man. These were like my workhorse, 90 quid a pop, and now they've just gone crazy. And this is a nice spec as well. It's like DDR5 6000 C30. So yeah, down to my last few kits of these now before the new pricing will have to come in. I have got RAM, but the pricing is nowhere near as good as this. So yeah, that's the unfortunate truth, but we carry on. Gamers always prevail. This will be an air-cooled build. So we have a Phantom Spirit Thermalright cooler. Pretty nice. Gonna get the job done. Like it. Good value, good cooling. It'll be fine for the 9800 X3, although you are slightly pushing it. Whoops, and dropping the cooler, of course. So we'll see. I think it will probably be all right, but we'll check. We'll check. No heatsink on your RAM. That's tough, man. Yeah, those ones do. Oh, that's going to be difficult to get that to run at its XMP without a heatsink. You're going to have to put top intake fans in your case to cool them down. It's doable. You just need to think more about the cooling on them. That's all I'd say. Do you know what? Actually, I don't think. Are we supposed to? I don't think this. No, this isn't the cooler we're using. My mistake. We're actually using the Deep Cool Assassin 4 for this one. So I'll be right back, and I'll go and get that. So this is actually the cooler we're going to use, not the Phantom Spirit. I forgot about that. Yeah, there's one of our listings where we use this instead of the Peerless Assassin, so pretty good. And it's a vapor chamber version, so it's pretty nice. Whether the vapor chamber makes any difference, probably not. I think the vapor chambers are more efficient in smaller spaces, like on laptops, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm sure it'll be plenty. Tommy says it's local seller 9600X Asus B650, 16 gig DDR5, deep core AK620, Master CD600 1 terabyte. I don't know what that currency is converted to either pounds or dollars, unfortunately. So that could be a terrible deal or a good one. I have no idea. All right. Great, so we'll get this. I'm quite excited to use it. I've not used this cooler before, but the Assassin 4 is generally quite well regarded, I think. So I think this will be nice. Do third-party heatsinks exist for RAM? Yes, they do, actually, I think. I've never used them, but I'm pretty sure they exist. But I would just try top intake fans on your case to cool them, and you might actually get away without it. Pretty nice motherboard, B850 Eros Elite, because it's more of a premium build in the lineup. I do like to give them a slightly better motherboard, but yeah, this will be pretty sweet. It'll get the job done. I do my penchant for motherboards is probably MSI in general, but the Gigabytes do fine. To be honest, all of the DDR5 boards are really stable now. You know, back on DDR4 days, you had to be a little bit more discerning about the brands that you use. And I did stick with MSI most of the time, but nowadays the DDR5 is so stable in terms of its like stability, not its price, but its stability, that pretty much any board's going to be fine. And then power supply, we've got the Montech Sentry 2, 850 watts, pretty nice little gold rated power supply. Got these for 75 quid a pop, bought about 8 of them. So this will sort us out really nicely for the pièce de la résistance RTX 5080. The MSI Inspire, and I got these on a good deal. They're about £930 and they've gone up quite a lot since. So yeah. £580 sterling for that build. That's insane. Is that actually, no, doesn't that come with a GPU? I don't know. I don't know if that's good or not. I'd have to get the calculator out. I know it's Indian rupee. I just don't know what that conversion rate is. Right, just trying to adjust the camera so it's not too bright. So there we go. And then the case for this one will be the Fractal North. Oh, honestly, the Fractal North is so popular. It's definitely the best seller. Even now, all these years later. Yeah, no GPU, exactly. So I don't know if that's good or not. I'd have to get the calculator out and work it out. But yeah, start to, you're going to expect to see some 16 gigabyte builds from the SIs coming up. Okay. So that's most of the parts. Obviously the case is pretty big, but we all know what the Fractal North looks like. So what I'm going to do is I'll update the left side of the chat with the actual spec that we're building. So give me a moment to do that. I'm going to have to go back to... Okay, right. So we do have some of the build specs on side. I won't write the whole thing. India has loads of import tax. Oh God, well, don't get me started on taxes, boys. Two things that are certain in life: death and taxes. So yeah. Okay. Well, we don't need the case actually to start building, do we? Jesus, it's so sunny. Kind of nice though to be sunny, right? Okay. Let's rock and ride. This is a pretty nice looking board, not gonna lie. Shame you're not gonna be able to see any of it because of the massive air cooler. I could probably have put a B650 Eagle in here and the customer would never have noticed. Does the well, I don't know if the cooler comes with paste, but we'll see. I mean, all coolers will come with paste of some kind, won't they? But who knows? I like black and gold as well. I agree. Very classy look. And I'm more of a blackout type build rather than too much RGB nowadays, but the RGB still sells. So you still need to do it a lot of the time. This one won't be RGB though, so we'll have a nice time with this one. We don't need that. We don't need that. And we can probably just take the bag off this. God, I hope that crunching noise is getting taken out by the noise suppression that I've put on my mic, because that is so loud. Right. NZX, I've actually got a video, Tavala, about how I think premium fans are absolutely BS and there's no point buying them. So that'll be coming out in probably a couple of weeks' time. Because I think you can get everything you need from cheap fans, and I don't think you need expensive ones, personally. But I haven't seen the RGB on them, and that's what differentiates fans a lot of the time, isn't it? So I've got an exposure problem here where it's really sunny, but the board is still black, so it's hard to see. But it's really nice. This looks really cool. So I think it's heavy as well, man. This is a thick board. Look at that. Yeah, pretty nice, pretty good power delivery. I can just about see how many MOSFETs it's got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So it's 18 in total, so it's probably a 14 plus 2 plus 2. If I was to guess, should we have a look? Yeah, the P12s are good. Yeah, I do enjoy those as well. So what have we got? Oh, yeah, let's see. I was right. 14 plus 2 plus 2. Because there's no way they would have put more than 14 phases on this board, because it'd just be stupid. So that makes total sense. Pretty good. Pretty nice rear I/O as well, like loads of ports. That's pretty nice. And they got the new Wi-Fi antenna design, just push it in rather than screw it. We've got optical audio. Only got one USB-C, but that's all right. Yeah, pretty tasty. Right. So first thing I usually put in is M2 SSD. So do that first. So we've got our Acer GM6. You're going to see quite a variety of different SSDs now in the builds, because I'm trying to get the cheapest ones all the time. So what does the phases? So it's the power delivery to the CPU, essentially. I mean, the +2 and the other +2 are for memory and other things, but just look at the first number, the 14 number. When you've got 14 phases, those are all what deliver the electricity to the CPU, essentially. You have to step down the voltage so that it goes from the 12 volts in the power supply down to the around 1 volt that your CPU will use. So that's one part of what it does, but it's also that the more phases you have, the more you spread that workload over all the different phases. And you will need a certain number of phases to get it to be functional. So let's say we had a board with 3-phase VRM, like the really, really crap boards have 3-phase VRM. And let's say each of the stages of the VRM can do 60 amps. So if you had a 3-phase VRM, that's 180 amps. And if we assume that our CPU runs at 1 volt to make the maths easy, that would be 180 watts of potential power delivery, but you always want to half it. So on those 3-phase VRM boards, the really cheap ones, you're going to be, if you put anything apart from like a base CPU at like 65 watts, you're going to be in trouble, and those are going to heat up as well because they usually don't have a heat sink over them. So ironically, a 14-phase VRM like this actually has far less of a need for all this heatsink than a cheap board does. In fact, the cheap board would really benefit from having a heatsink. But actually, even if you took the heatsinks off this one, because it's a 14-phase VRM, you might actually not notice any difference in performance. So basically, I usually assume that most power stages are 60 amps now. So you just multiply that by the number of phases and then half that, and that's a rough and ready calculation for the number of safe watts that you can deliver. So in this one, 14 phases times 60 amps, that's 600, I'm just trying to... It's something stupid like 850 watts divided by 2. So you could put quite comfortably a 400 watt CPU into this socket and it would work. So this is why I always tell people you don't need fancy motherboards, because there's no Ryzen CPU drawing 400 watts. So that's just my point. It's quite hard. Usually that kind of thing is much better to explain with like a whiteboard and diagrams and stuff. But the rough and ready maths is assume that the power stages are 50 or 60 amps, and then multiply that by the number of stages and then half it for the safe operating watts that you can put through that CPU socket. All right, so I don't know if it's Gen 4. I mean, it doesn't actually matter. It's not the PCIe bandwidth isn't going to affect performance between Gen 4 and Gen 5 anyway. Cool. So we've got quite a few different slots there, haven't we? That's the Gen 5 slot. So let's not use that one, because what if the customer wants to put in a Gen 5 later? I do prefer it though when they put the slot above this one, because we're going to have like a big air cooler here, and then we're going to have a GPU here. It's all going to be quite compacted. I much prefer when this slot is 1 down or even 2 down to allow that M2 to be above it. I think probably it saves them money on the manufacturing, just have to put 1 plate on it for the heatsink. That's my cynical view anyway. I'm going to take all the heatsinks, all the heatsink stickers off, because I'm cynical, and I know if I don't take these off, the customer will install a new SSD at some point and go, "Oh, my computer's really slow, it's broken," but they just haven't taken the stickers off. So I just take all the stickers off, then it's not a problem. Is it optimal? No. Is it grounded in what the real world is like? Yes. Alpha Star says, I just upgraded to a new 2 terabyte WD-BAC 7100. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, but you don't need anything faster than Gen 4, so you're fine. A mobile's looking at 5 plus 2 plus 2. So that a 5 plus 2 will be fine for a Ryzen 5 part, and you might squeak by with a Ryzen 7 if that VRM has a heatsink on it and you've got good case airflow, but you're pushing it. You're really pushing it with a Ryzen 7. I think I'd stick to a Ryzen 5 with that VRM. Yeah, 10 phase is fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. That's more than you'll ever need on a Ryzen. So let's say they're 50 amp power stages. That's 500 watts of power delivery total. Divide it by 2, 250 watts of safe power delivery. That's going to cover every single Ryzen CPU. Yeah, all right, no overclocking, but overclocking on Ryzen? Come on, guys. No. No point. You're better off tuning memory, tuning other features before you start pumping more energy through your CPU. On AMD anyway. Intel, you can overclock them a bit better. And that's why generally on Intel systems, I have a bit more of a strict motherboard requirement in terms of the power delivery. Okay, so I think we'll just, well, So that's M2. Oh, I see. So this one is the motherboard one, and that's the CPU one. Well, we'll just put it in the CPU one. I'm sure it makes no difference. All toolless now. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Although, I don't know about you guys, but with these toolless things, I always, like, there's a part of me that goes, oh, is that mounting pressure, like, going to be enough if it's not been screwed down? Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know, maybe I'm being a bit silly, but that's just how I see it. I just go, do you know what, sometimes it'd be nice just to actually screw it down. Will SSD prices be going to shit like the RAM? Yeah, but it won't be as bad. Yeah, it won't be as bad, but yes, it will happen. It will. I see. So those ones are big metal ones because it slots in like that. Gotcha. Oh God. See, if this was just a normal one that had a screw, I would have already done it by now. So the SSDs are up. For me, they're up by about 20%. So, but I haven't seen them go up a lot more since. I don't think the SSDs are quite in as much demand as the RAM. However, I killed muscle-powered pressure. Yeah, monkey type, but not gorilla type. That's how I always phrase it. Right. All right then. I think we'll have to put our memory in next because I have a massive cooler on this. I'm just going to log into Streamlabs, make sure that the channel points are tracking. Bear with one momentito. Is it under CloudBot? Yeah, it probably is, isn't it? Yes, we do. Who's in the lead? Tanmei's in the lead with 3 points. Closely followed by Alpha Star and Tavala. We got Jack Powell. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully everything's going well for you. It's a really nice Saturday morning here. It's very sunny, which will probably inhibit the video quality, but it's good for my mood, so yeah. So Tanmei's in there, Alpha Star's got points, Tavala's got points, NG3's got points, and so does Mario Biscuit. That's a funny name. Although Tanmei, I know you've already got RAM, so you're disqualified. And you won't want it anyway, it's only 16 gigs. Sunny but cold. Yeah, that's probably my favourite weather, actually, if I'm honest. I don't like it hot. I just like to be, you know, just dry, nice. Everything's nice to look at. Can't complain. Ooh, slip of the wrist. You don't have sun. You're not allowed sun. OE Agent's got his Skytech PC, but too lazy to migrate the data. Oh, well, sometimes it's a great opportunity with a new system to just nuke it, start again, and fresh reinstall of Windows. Really go ground zero with that. Get it back to how you like it. Born and raised in Hawaii and you don't go outside. Oh my gosh. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You see the abundance and it's nothing special. When you lived your life in about 10 months of grey clouds, then you'd probably appreciate it more. That's how life works, I guess, right? Right, 9800 X3D is in. Been ages since I've seen a Ryzen retail box. The pricing on lots of components has been really good for me, especially even from retail. You know, even retailers are good, distributors and everything. They're all pretty good, apart from the RAM and the SSDs. The SSDs are probably going to go up a bit more. I reckon another 10 or 20% in the next 4 to 5 weeks, most likely. But we'll see. Need to figure out how to decrapify Windows 11. Yeah, well, I've got the Rufus method up on the channel now, which is my preferred method for installing Windows. And then you can look at the Chris Titus tool to try and de-bloat and remove a lot of crap from Windows. That's what I do. Right, cooler then. So we're going to be learning about this cooler together because I've never used the Assassin 4 before. So we'll see. There was basically the reason I've got this. Jesus, that's bright. The reason I've got this is because my distributor had like an event on. Oh god. Deepcool need to work on their packaging. Pain in the arse. Basically had a Deepcool promo week, so I got loads of Deepcool stuff really cheap. I think this was only about 50 quid or 60 quid or something. Pretty good for a nice cooler, and it's got that digital display on it, which is pretty cool. And the other thing is that it's the kind of digital display that even if you turn it off, it's still going to look really nice. So that's one of the benefits. Yeah, there's so much crap. But the highest yield thing for me, for making the PC feel better, was to turn off the animations from just from the Windows settings. It made the PC feel really good. Robo, is the RX 9060 XT? Well, as you're new to the stream, you won't know. But in the stream, if you ask a question, you have to give us some context, because what it might be good at for some people, it won't be good at for others. So you need a bit more context, like what games you're playing, what's your budget, what's the rest of your system looking like, games, resolution. It all matters. Hell yeah, that's really cool. Oh, of course, it's a vapor chamber. I was wondering, like, that looks like a really weird cold plate. So my understanding of the vapor chamber is that it's supposed to help when like the die area is really small. So I'm guessing that's why the contact point's really small there. I'm guessing. But yeah, like I said, I'm skeptical that on a regular full-size system like this that a vapor chamber is actually going to help, but we'll see. We shall see. I think realistically, this versus like a Phantom Spirit, Peerless Assassin, something like that, there's not going to be much difference in it. So you're better off getting one of those if you want to save some money, particularly in Ramageddon. What you do get with this one is it's really cool. It looks fab. Obviously, it's not got the digital faceplate on it, but I think it's one of the cleanest looking tower coolers out there. And yeah, it's really, really nice looking. Because the fans kind of like, they're not obviously like fans, if you know what I mean. So we'll see. We've got CPU is the 9800X 3D. This is the high-end build. We've got a really nice Aorus B850 board, which even for the 9800X 3D, I would say is overkill. You just don't really need this many phases for a Ryzen, but it's nice to have. So yeah. Do I think 2.5 SSD is okay for Linux? Yeah. Just well, it'll be fine. Yeah. I wouldn't dual boot on the same drive. I agree with you on that one. So yeah, I mean, just to try it out, I think the SATA SSD will be fine, right? I mean, I'm not a Linux aficionado, so I don't know. Someone else that uses it in the chat might be more useful there. $1,300 budget and play Battlefield 6. I mean, that's pretty nice, yeah. Especially with the RAM prices, that's where you're looking. As long as you get the 16GB version and not the 8GB, then you're good to go. And I'd probably move on that GPU ASAP. Yeah, the RAM pricing is bad, man. That's right, Taz. Yeah, exactly, mate. It's not good. It's not good. It's bad for everybody. It is bad for everybody apart from the memory manufacturers. Like, as a PC builder, it's bad for me because I do like to give my customers good value. I'm not the cheapest, but but I do provide a really good service. But having to add on like another £150 to every single build just for the RAM is kind of gross. Especially for RAM, it's like a pretty boring component in the build. It's like a commodity, so it is unfortunate. Jack Power, 16 gigs enough for 1080p esports? Absolutely, absolutely. You'll be fine with that. Yeah, yeah. Okay, right. Let's get the instructions out. Been a while since I've had to actually use some instructions. Yeah, don't worry about it, OE agent. Look, we take like quite a chilled approach on the channel, don't we? It's like, yeah, there are some decisions that you can make that are going to be more optimal than others. But at the end of the day, you're buying the tool for the job. The job is for you to enjoy some games or to do whatever else you want to do. So as long as you enjoy it, then, somebody's saying that you spent 50 quid or $50 too much, like, who cares? It really doesn't matter. Like, what you're buying is the enjoyment of your games. You're not buying the hardware, really. Like, physically you are, but what you're actually buying is the experience that hardware offers you. And if you're happy with it, then please don't let people, make you feel bad about it. That's all I'm saying. Oh, look at that. That could do some damage, couldn't it? Jesus Christ. That is a big tube of thermal paste. The DM9 Master by Deepcool. What is that? There's so much weird stuff in here that I haven't seen before. The hell? I'm gonna have to look in the manual to see what this is. What on earth? So that goes. Oh, I think I get it. I think I get it. So you can mount a fan to this, and then you just push the fan in. So you'd mount the fan so that it sits on the screen. It'd be on the right side, right? And then you push it in. I think. I'm guessing. The case today will be the Fractal North, which we'll get out pretty soon actually, because it's just the cooler left now on this bit. So yeah. Well, yeah, I know, early agent, but a year ago you would have paid more for the GPU. So I don't know. I'm a bit more chilled. Bracket for 90 mils. Does she think that's what it is? No, they wouldn't put a 90 mil fan on this cooler, would they? That's got to be no. That's 120. It's definitely 120. I think it's a push fit fan thing. So you just mount the fan on the outside and push it in. That's my guess. So the fans are already installed, of course. There's no others. Fascinating. It's got this. What is that? Is that to put between your GPU and the cooler? Maybe. The Landcool 216. You'll have a great time with that. So yeah. All right. So let's just get the screws out. We're not going to wing it. We are going to look at the instructions. That's funny, man. All right. So on AMD. Aha. All right, so that's not surprising. Take off the mounting hardware. Well, yeah, and Jeffrey, I mean, even I think even 5 weeks ago, there was a period of around like 6 to 8 weeks where everything was good price. Every single component was good price. getting a contrast shadow now because of this sunshine. My stream is not equipped for it to be sunny in Britain. It just doesn't make any sense. Well, and don't forget, guys, MSRP is like... I know MSRP is very popular to say, like, this is what the price should be, but end of the day, if the market changes, they can't keep the MSRP, can they? Because they would just lose money on everything. So it's a suggested retail price for the launch of a product. That's not a gospel price to adhere to. And that goes in both directions. Like, if things are tight and it's more expensive to produce, then the price would go up. If they become cheaper, then the price should come down. It's a suggestion, and it's like a jumping off point. That's all the MSRP means. Yeah, the 5700X X3D and 5800X3D are really nice CPUs. So if you can get one, they're great. It's just finding one that's the trouble. All right. All right. Try and keep everything organized. What's next? So those are taken out. So, oh yeah, classic deep cool. So we need the dark screws. They're that way round? No way. Usually it's that way. Dark side down. But that's telling me to... I don't know if that's the wrong picture. I mean, I'll do it as they write on there. But... So it's... Oh, it's... Why? That is not a good... That's not a good way to put it in your user manual. Because the dark... Oh, goddamn camera's overheated. It's because it's sunny. Wait. I've got a fan I can put on the back. 1 second. It's overheated. 1 sec. It's because of the sunlight. I've got a Ulanzi fan that I'm just putting on the back. Right. Let's try that again. Ooh. Right. Show me the money. Oh, yes. There we go. I just got it's like a Ulanzi one for Sony cameras. It's actually really good. Usually I don't need it on this camera. I think it's just because the sun is literally on it, in fairness. Because if you record in 1080p, it shouldn't ever overheat. But what are you going to do? Yeah, it's going to be a 5080 build. It's a pretty nice one. And like he got in there just before I increased the prices as well because of the RAM. So it's not too bad. Not cheap. Jesus Christ, it's not cheap. But yeah. So basically, the manual, I was trying to... Enormous British, yeah, it basically did, yeah. I mean, this feels way too warm for December. Oh, so now I can't show you this because of the... Oh. Right, hang on. Oh, there you go. So you see on that bit of paper, there's the dark bit at the top. But that actually refers to like the knurling on, like the rough bit on this. But that's a really bad product instruction manual because it looks like I should be putting it that way. But it's not, it's that. And now I dropped it. So, as I thought, it goes this way round with the black bit down. Yeah, if you can find a 5700X3D or a 5800X3D and 32 gigs of DDR4, that's going to be that's the play here, I think, if you can get it. But it's I haven't seen one in ages. That was the end game AM4 setup, wasn't it? Now, am I missing one of these screws or have I dropped it somewhere? The hell? There's the frickin'... Have I gone nuts or have I just dropped it? I only got 3 of these standoff screws. Oh, it's there. Thank God. I'm surprised it's sunny here as well, my friend. Yeah, I used to get those 5700X 3Ds for like 200 quid, man. That was a deal and a half. I'm so fascinated what this is for. The only thing I can think is it's like a spacer, like so that it sits on top of GPU. I'm guessing, but oh, okay. So those are on. Then we need to put on the brackets, which are these, and then you need to put it in which direction so that the little hole bits are facing out like that. You know, the funny thing is, in order for you guys to actually see, I'm going to have to add more light to the scene. How crazy is that? Right, I'm just getting my key light so that you can actually see what's going on, because the contrast is killing me. I don't know how much that's going to help, actually. We'll see. We'll see. Right, so we'll turn that up to 100%, turn the temperature up. I don't think that's helping much at all. No, it's not helping. Just turn it off. All right, anyway, basically we put the brackets on and we'll be good to go. So this is going to be cinematic and you're not actually going to be able to see what's going on. So that's the way it goes, baby blue. So looks like they want us to put it like that. Oh, I see, more like that. Aha. Ugh. The edge of plate holes are not my favorite. That's fun to do. Like, whee. So that's on inside like that, so it goes up. This is a weird bracket, man. Okay. Oh, gross. I hate the brackets where it's half on. Right. And then we need to secure that in place with something. I'm assuming it's these little spinny screws here, but we'll see. Right. So I've got the Streamlabs chat thing. It's really hard to see any names that are in red. Football Dits. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't buy the 5800X2D for that. That's just, you're absolutely dreaming. It's like when you see those old Intel CPUs. All right, so it is these next. I was right. So you can kind of intuit your way through it. Oh, it's a crap bracket. That is awful. But it'll work, so what am I complaining about? Ozzy, good to see you, mate. Ozzy, you've not missed a huge amount, to be honest. We've just started this build, 9800X 3D and 5080 build. This is like, this is what I refer to as like the top gamer spec, because the 5090 is not a gamer card. It's like a production card. It will do rendering and it'll also do gaming very well also, but it's not for us, basically. And that's fine because it's way too expensive. So yeah, all right, so it wants us to put some thermal paste on next. And it's got grease cleaner. I think your mum could use some of that. Well, let's just see what, oh, it's just a moist towelette, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing to see here. I'm pretty sure these are the hand wipes that you get in KFC. They also clean thermal paste off, so double win. You can get the bargain bucket off your fingers and clean off any residue from your CPU. I'll leave that to dry. What the hell? This is the worst moist towelette I've ever seen. This actually might be from KFC. Look, it's not drying properly. I might have been Minecraft in 5,000. Yeah, exactly. That's right. You could, I think with a 5090, you could play like 100 instances of Minecraft at the same time. Yeah, 9000 X3D is the best. Don't get the Ryzen 9s. They're actually worse for gaming. Like, actually worse. It depends. But I wouldn't have a Ryzen 9 in my system, and I even use my computer to produce videos. So the need for a Ryzen 9 is overblown, and it's just a way for people to justify their purchase of something expensive. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so OE Agent, that's a pretty sweet little build, mate. You're going to love that. Do I have any old graphics cards that you could have? Because I've got a 9-year-old graphics card. No, I don't, is the answer. If you need some DDR5 RAM, though, you can get yourself in the giveaway next week. It's quite a nice little tube of thermal paste. The DM9 by Deepcool. So I'm actually just going to do it according to exactly what Deepcool says. Usually I just put a blob in the middle, but they want me to do a little pentad of dots. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do exactly what they say. Ooh, this is nice. This is a nice slick thermal paste. I like this one. This is delicious. I think I've probably put too much on these dots, but hey, look, this looks like the picture. So if this is wrong, then Deepcool can suck my dingus. They can also suck my dingus because I asked them if I could get that new CL6600 case for a review, and they haven't got back to me yet. Bastards. So that's what do we think? Let's compare. I think I've nailed it. Oh, why do it like that? Just put a blob in the middle, honestly. Because you also have a 7-year-old motherboard. Jesus, wow. Yes, Clay, all graphics cards are compatible with all CPUs, as long as they have a PCI Express slot, which they will have done for the past 10 years, and as long as your power supply can handle it. You need at least a 500 watts to support a 6600. Yeah, unfortunately, the good AM4 Ryzens are starting to really dry up now, so it's difficult. The 3060, it got a lot of stick when it came out, but it was a great card. I don't know what people were talking about. So popular. By far, the two best GPUs I've ever had in terms of popularity. GTX 1660 Super and RTX 3060 by a massive margin. The most popular GPUs I've ever seen. Ozzy, you just earn channel points by being in the chat, and then we give it away next week. So you don't have to do anything apart from just be here and enjoy. I'll just check that you're actually being registered on my Streamlabs, because you're not yet, but I think you have to be in the chat for a certain amount of time before the points to start accumulating. Tanmay's still in the lead, but it's not based on who has the most points. It's like the more points that you get from being in the chat, the more likely you are to win. But everybody that's been in the chat for a certain amount of time will still get a ticket to enter, if that makes sense. Yeah, dude, 1660 Super, such a good CPU, man. Honestly, the Fortnite kids, they love that thing. It got you 200 FPS and 1080p Fortnite, absolute banger. I would say, if someone asked me what's my favourite GPU of all time, GTX 1660 Super. Just brought great value and people loved it. Absolutely loved it. All right, okay, so we've put the dots of thermal paste on according to Deepcool's instructions. And then next it's asking us to take off the sticker. Fair enough. Oh, hell yeah. That looks clean as. And then it wants us to take the central fan out. Okay. So it says to take the plate off, which it's already off, and then pinch the sides. Okay. Oh yeah, that's pretty convenient actually. Oh, it's not convenient because they've tied the fan cables on. So this should say, untwist the twist tie before trying to pull the fan out, is what it should say. And it should also say, undo it from the daisy chain as well. So, deep cool, come on. Yeah, those were the days, man. Honestly, the absolute meta build, GTX 1660 Super, Ryzen 5 3600, bang. And then 2 years later, get yourself a 5800X 3D and something like, like a 3070. Beautiful upgrade path, everyone loved it. Do you think LCD has come a long way in terms of contrast and blacks? I mean, I'm not a monitor expert. What I would say about monitors is you can get good monitors really cheap now compared to what you used to be able to get. So feels like a nice fan, well lubricated. All right, so next it's telling me to mount the cooler. Okay, easy enough. So we need to make sure we get this the correct way up. So the deep cool logo should be there. Yeah, otherwise it's going to go too low. I'm going to look at the box to make sure. Okay, so it wants the one bit on the right. Yeah, okay, so that is correct. We'll sort. Honestly, the cabling on this, it's not the best. Okay. Oh my God, that is so big. It's absolutely massive. Do I recommend a semi-fish tank case? I recommend you get whatever case style you want, apart from one that's got glass on the front with no ventilation anywhere. And whatever one you like, you'll be able to make it work. But hang on. Is that... Oh, it's a reverse pitch fan. I was like, is that not the wrong way round? Yeah, that's a reverse pitch fan. All right, so it's gonna be like a pull kind of situation going on. Oh no, push and then a pull. This is a weird cooler, and oh no. Oh, the heatsink might be in the way. Well, we'll see if we can mount it. We might still be able to mount it. I think we might maybe get away with it. We'll see. We'll definitely need to do a good thermal test on this one. This is a weird ass cooler. But it could be really good because it looks really nice and the build quality feels great. So we'll see. I'll use the long handled screwdriver. Oh no, I think this will be fine even with, yeah, this will be fine. Yeah, this will be absolutely fine. I don't think we're going to put a rear fan on the case though, because I think it will literally be touching this one. But that's okay. We'll probably put a little top exhaust fan on the case though, just to help with the GPU outflow. Yeah, I've put the RAM in. The RAM is in, it's just black RAM, so it's already in. And actually, because of the way that this cooler's made, you could put tool RAM on this if you wanted to. It's quite offset to the left. Like air coolers, but aren't these sizes kind of overkill? Probably, I would agree with you most of the time, but for the 9800X 3D, I think a big boy like this is probably justified. If you had the 7800X 3D, I'd still get a dual tower cooler, but you could get a cheaper one than this. Okay, nice. So now we need to put the fan back in, presumably, yes. So the best way to do that is going to be like this. Not the most ergonomic way, but it's pretty good. And we just pull that through like that. And that is a normal pitch fan, so that will go that way. And then it should just clips in. Okay. Yeah, this CPU cooler is massive. It's absolutely huge. Oh my God, let's just give you the side profile. Why is that so dark? Hang on. It's comically huge, isn't it? Look at that. Are you sure you'll be able to fit the GPU below the cooler? It's going to be tight, but yes, I think so. That was one of my concerns earlier. I think so. They give you this little green thing. I mean, I'm thinking that's supposed to go like that, to go between that and the GPU, but I think that's actually this is going to be too thick. Right. So this is crazy. This is way, way too big. And the motherboard doesn't help with having that PCIe slot there. So yeah, it might look cool when we finished it. Well, we'll see how it goes as we proceed, I guess. So that one needs to go there. I'll plug that CPU fan in there. Marvelous. Okay. And then that's the USB plug for the LCD part. So I'll just untwizzle that and I'm good to go. We've ever done a micro ATX build. Yeah, we've done loads of them. Did a deep cool CH260 recently. It's actually my favourite form factor at the moment. And then what else have we got? We've got another one coming up. What have I just finished building? I don't even remember. Just done a micro ATX build the other day. I've just finished filming. Oh, Fantex XTM3. That was it. Does it come with an offset option? Do you know what? That is a good question, Michaelan. Should we have a look? So this one is like, it's offset left ways so that you can put any RAM in it that you want. But my concern is that if we offset it higher, that it might hit the roof of the case. So I don't know, should we see? Let's see. So there is another bracket. There's this one. So we'll see. I'll read the rest of the manual and see. Oh, I see. So you can move the fans around to have them on the other side if needed. Yeah, it is. It's a fan adapter. Okay, so you can put a third fan on if you want. But there's another bracket. So, but it doesn't tell you what that other bracket's for, does it? So we got this one, and it says AMD 115X 1700. So does that go? Oh, maybe that's to let it go vertical. I don't know. Let's see. Jawa is just it's basically like a more convenient eBay, isn't it? That's my understanding, and it's for PCs. I mean, I'm not surprised that Zach Tech is promoting it. I'm pretty sure he's an investor in the company. So yeah, make of that what you will. I haven't used it, so I can't judge. So if I put that there, then the mounting points. Yeah, because that's gonna be too wide for that. So that you could set it up vertically, but I don't know if that's going to help you. If anything, that's going to make it worse because it's slightly wider than it is tall, I think. Or slightly taller than it is wide even. So I think I'm going to leave it. They have got another bracket, but that would have to go that way. And therefore the whole cooler would be the other way around. And I think that would be quite inefficient with the GPU straight underneath it. So I'm going to leave it. Yeah, you see, I think Zach seems like a cool guy. Yeah, I agree. And it's kind of nice just to have somewhere you know that whatever you buy is going to work and everything. And people will pay a little bit more for that peace of mind, won't they? Which is fair enough, completely fair enough. All right. I'm in awe of how massive this cooler is. So this is the LCD screen, and actually it's quite nice. It looks like it's got a magnetic connector, so we can leave that until the end, and we don't have to worry about feeding cables through and stuff. Okay, so I think what we do now is hook up the modular cables, at least the modular cable to the CPU power. That will help us out later. Yeah, and there we go. OE Agent, that is correct. The tower coolers are a bit more difficult for shipping, especially the big ones. So you do have to package them carefully. Yeah, and AIOs have become so cheap now. So yeah, I think that will fit. I'll get. All right, I'll put my money where my mouth is. The GPU, I'm pretty sure it's going to fit. RAM giveaway is the best giveaway. Yeah, that's it. The giveaway is next week, but you earn points by watching this stream as well, so it'll help. Are you on the list, Ozzy? Let's have a look, hopefully. It does take a while for the list to update, because I know Max was... Yeah, Ozzy, you're on the list. You've got 2 points, and it looks like you're in 5th place. But like I said, these are raffle tickets, so you don't have to have the most points to win. And Tanmei's winning, but he is disqualified because he's already got round. Is there any sites like Jawa in the UK? Somebody tried to spin one up, but it wasn't successful, unfortunately. I think it's just not a big enough market in the UK to be successful. Right, so we'll use our very technical box to give us some clearance to put the GPU in. Okay. I knew it. It fits. That's a wild configuration, though. That's mental. Micro Center is unfortunately not a thing in the UK. Used parts is just Facebook Marketplace mainly. So yeah. You earn sun by watching the stream. We all earn sun. Everyone needs a bit of vitamin D, especially your mum. I know it's so. I know you've been on the stream before, so I know you're not BSing. One of the other good things about this board, right, is that it does have that quick release button here. So we can just give it a little click there, and then just hopefully easily take the GPU out. Yes, which is essential on these big systems like this. I mean, this it's going to be very centrally dense, this build, isn't it? Okay, power supply time. Got a mini for his son. Actually runs Cyberpunk on 1080p, does it? Pretty cool. If it does the job, then I am happy. PCs are tools at the end of the day. Tools, and in a certain way, they're art, aren't they? But mainly a tool. Will the 12 volt have power? Yeah, of course it will. I've never had a problem with the 12 volt high power. Never had one melt, never had a problem. I've just plugged it in all the way. I mean, it's so interesting how, like if your dad's into PCs, then you'll be into PCs. Like, that's how I got into it. I don't know if any of you guys are old enough to know the game called Populous, which is from 1998. I mean, didn't play it in 1998, but that was when I started really getting into gaming. It's exactly, Max. No, it's never happened because of the 12 volt high power cable. Never once. I think it's the same with everything, isn't it? Like, if you're a guy and your dad's into something, you'll probably end up into it eventually. Even if you initially resent it, you'll eventually come round to the same way of thinking. I'll get a SATA cable ready, but I don't think we'll need it realistically. I know. Do you know what? Blue Smacks. I've heard like this is quite a common thing around the world that I didn't know about, like PC cafes where you can rent PC time. I went down at a David Does Tech Stuff rabbit hole yesterday, and I was seeing it was just fascinating. He went to those PC Bang places. Yeah, it was very interesting, and apparently they do it in Russia and other places as well. I was chatting to somebody the other day about that. Yeah, LAN cafe, right? Exactly. Well, yeah, Boyle. Unfortunately, you've come to the market at one of the worst times. I mean, it's probably not quite as bad as early 2020s, but it's not great. I think people stomach the GPUs a bit more because they understand the innovation and everything. But with the RAM, it's like RAM is like a commodity and it's boring, so people don't want to pay a load of money for it. It's like if bread suddenly become very expensive, it would be annoying, right? But if some kind of artisan frozen dessert became expensive, it doesn't really matter as much. So that's PCI. We don't need that one. That's Molex. We don't need that one. This is CPU power. So we've got our 2 CPU power cables. Just untwizzling those. SSD's kind of expensive now, but as a percentage, it's definitely up. But as in total cost out of a build, it's not quite as much. So yeah. It still exists in Taiwan, yeah? It's so interesting that it would still exist in Taiwan. You'd think everybody in Taiwan would have like an amazing gaming PC. Being right next to the chip fabrication, but hey, it's funny how the world works, right? Let's do a bit of tidying as we go, as you know we like to do on these streams, before I drop the RAM box down the back of the bloody table. I like to give the customer all the boxes, so nesting them will mean that it fits inside the final package. Do I also repair computers? Yeah, sometimes. It's actually more lucrative than building the computers and better. But not that many people have desktops anymore. Most people just use tablets or mobile devices or laptops, and I don't really want to get into board repair because it's just a rabbit hole and you don't get much money for the time you sink into it. Whereas desktop part goes wrong, find the part that's wrong, swap it out, easy fix. I'm all about optimizing for the simple things. Philo, good to see you. Good to see you. Well, it's the RAM giveaway. It's 16 gigs of DDR5, dual channel kit, RGB. It's not great kit, but it will get you going. It's 5600 C40, so a suboptimal kit, but it will get the job done. Is what I'm saying. How much am I currently paying for 32 gig DDR5 6000? I invested in a good amount quite recently for £231 for a 32 gigabyte kit, but now they're more like 300. And at the distributor level, they've gone up to £400. Crazy money. Absolutely not. That is prohibitive for builds. So Philo, you just by being in chatting and watch time on the live stream this week and next week, you earn points, and it's all on my Streamlabs dashboard. I think it's I don't know how many points. I think it's you get a point for every like 15 minutes or something, or 20 minutes. I can't remember. But you get more points for chatting as well. So Tanmay is absolutely beasting it in the lead because he's on 6 points. OE Agent is second. But both these guys are disqualified because they've already got PCs. So in the lead at the moment, we've got Ty is all 70 with 3 points. But again, these are tickets to a raffle. So it's not guaranteed the person at the top will win. It's just 16 gigs, Aussie, yeah. I don't know if I can do hyperlinks. I'll look into it in a bit. To be honest, I just put the message there so you can recommend it to other people. It's not like you guys aren't going to buy my PCs, obviously. Most of you aren't in the UK, and most of you know how to build your own. So I'm not trying to sell it to you. What I'm trying to say is If you want a PC that's well built for somebody that you know in the UK, and you're not able to help them or they're not able to build their own, then send them over. But I always recommend people build their own if they can. Oh yeah, I'm leaving you in the raffle, OE agent, but yeah, but if I know you've already got a kit, then I will disqualify. And you know, it's in good faith. Like, I don't want people just to get it to sell it, because that's boring, isn't it? I'd rather somebody get it for a build that they're planning. Yeah, boy, it's global. It's global. I'll send it anywhere, even if you live in Antarctica. Oh, you mean your PC build? No, I can't ship PC builds that far. They will not survive. They will definitely not survive, I'm telling you. I have enough problems in the UK. I have to really, really package the PCs well. Otherwise, like, if you even slip a little bit with the packaging, it's fucked. I shouldn't swear, man. I've probably just completely ruined my stream. Oopsie. Right, I'm just going to tidy up and then we'll get the case so that we can crack on with the next portion of the build. Okay, okay. Dead air. Where did I put that little box that had all the screws in? I am blind. Where have I put it? I have blinded myself. Oh well, I'll just put it all over here for now. Okay. Just try to vaguely have some organization. Are AMD APU builds still around? Yeah, probably. I mean, the APU thing is, I just don't think they're worthwhile. I don't really get the point, especially now that all AMD CPUs have integrated graphics. I really don't see the point. You know, let's say they were, you know, 10 quid more expensive than the regular versions of that CPU, then yeah, okay, I can see a market for it. But they're not, they're way more. And it just doesn't make sense. All right, let's get the case. I'm gonna have to move this overhead cam. So Ozzy says, what happens if a PC breaks during shipping? Thankfully, the way I package them, it's really rare, but it does sometimes happen. And almost always, the problem is with a tower air cooler. So that's why a lot of pre-built companies don't use them. Most of the time, they're fine. But occasionally, if they shake around a lot, they don't necessarily like break, but they bend a little bit and it looks gross. So sometimes you have to ship them out a replacement cooler. Normally the back plate and everything is all fine, so they just literally replace the cooler, clip the fans back on, and you can do that remotely. But yeah, other than that, they always seem to arrive in good condition as long as you package them well. Do I think Intel CPUs are still good? Well, yeah, I mean, depends on price, doesn't it? It's difficult. I mean, Intel LGA 1700 system with DDR4 might be a really good pickup, actually, with the RAM price being so bad. And you can get 12900Ks for like nearly something like 220 quid. So it's not an awful idea. How much do I make from a PC? It does depend on the PC. I aim for a 10% margin on the parts, but sometimes it'll be a lot less. So if I'm trying to move some inventory or something, maybe it'll only be like 30 quid that I make on it, but it depends. It depends. Do I think integrated graphics will evolve enough to become relevant for good gaming in the next, say, 5 years? Probably not 5 years. But maybe beyond that, yeah. Depends, doesn't it? Like what happens with the AI industry and GPUs and stuff. This one now, oh, I don't know. I think probably, well, this one was like 2,500, I think, something like that. So I think I don't quite make 10% on the bigger ones. I think I'll probably make about 180 quid on this one, which isn't too bad. But you've got to remember that I've got a warranty and ship it and all that stuff. And the more expensive a PC is, the more it costs me if I have to RMA something. I'm just off screen getting the case ready. Would I ever consider a full PC giveaway? Yeah, I would, but the channel and business would have to be doing a lot better, basically. Yeah, I definitely would do giveaways. It's just financially, it's not viable. Like if I give away a £2,000 PC, that's my margin for like over 10 PCs. So you think about all the work that goes into building a PC, selling it and everything, it's quite a lot. So yeah. So one day, if things get really successful, absolutely. And by the way, the spot price that I'm giving for RAM at the moment is £230 for 32 gigs. And that's probably better than everywhere else in the market. But once I run out of those, the prices will be going up sharply, unfortunately. Yeah, mostly, exactly, Tanmay. So Tanmay has hit the nail on the head there. If you title a stream as giveaway, right, people will just come for the giveaway and they don't care. And I'm not interested in that because I don't want to give away stuff to people that don't care about the channel. Or, well, not don't care about the channel, but just only here to freeload, right? I just want chill people. So if I do a giveaway, I'm not going to write giveaway in the title. It's just going to come up organically in like a video or a stream or something. Because, you know, it will put the viewership up. If I say I'm giving away a PC, the viewership will go up to like 200 viewers probably. What's the point? They're all people that don't care. So I think my spot pricing on the RAM is quite fair. I mean, it's what I paid for it. But once I run out of the kits that I've got, it's going to have to go up because that's just the way the world works. Cost goes up, the price goes up. Yeah, streamer get bots, exactly. So that's why I'm never going to write the word giveaway in the title. Yeah, well, the RAM was normally priced, yeah, about 6 weeks ago, wasn't it? Things have moved. I've never seen a component go up in price that fast before. Absolutely nuts. I couldn't believe it. I actually couldn't believe it. I was looking at it and I came back the next day and the kit had gone up by 40 quid. I was like, Jesus Christ. And the next day went up another 40 quid. I was like, oh my God. When will the DDR5 go back down? I mean, who knows? No one knows, actually, do they? Even the people involved don't know. These kind of cycles, they usually last 12 to 18 months, don't they? With these shortage cycles. So we'll see. But expect to see lots more doom and gloom content on YouTube because it does very well and gets lots of clicks. Yeah, well, I saw the RAM go from like, I saw it creeping up. I saw it used to be 90, and then the same kit went to like 115. I was like, what's going on here? Then the same kit went up to 140, and I was like, So I bought about 12 kits, and I was like, this is going to get a lot worse. So this this kit that we're using today, the A-Data Lancer, I got it for £147. But it, 2 days later, 300. Crazy, crazy, crazy. DDR4 is affected, but not to the same degree. So if you're on DDR4, you can get away with it. The difficulty is that the DDR4 are usually budget people, so it's going to affect them disproportionately, isn't it? That's okay, Blue Smacks. I expect a certain number of people will join for the giveaway, but it was buried at the end of a video that's only got like 500 views, so it's not like I'm titling the stream as giveaway. So it's totally fine. I'm perfectly understanding of the fact that some people will just watch a video and come for the giveaway, and that's fine. I mean, I understand the motivation. Don't get me wrong. So with these, you can actually build in the north without taking this plate out, but it is so much easier if you just take it out. So let's do it. This is one of the probably one of the only criticisms of the north is that I don't like this plate bit here. I wish it was just glass front to back. I think it would look a bit better, but I mean, I'm sure people will disagree. And there's many different ways to skin the cat. $100, nice. No, you can't mix DDR types. Definitely not. I mean, you physically won't be able to get it. You can try. You won't be. It won't go in the slot. It will not work. See, to me, that looks nicer if this was just glass, right? But it's just my personal pref. Giveaway stream. Yeah, the exclamation mark drops. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh. If you ever see me write exclamation mark drops in a title, you know I finally shilled and given in to the corporate machine. Yeah, I agree, Michaela. Yeah, exactly. It's like DDR4, the 12900K is actually looking like a real sweet pickup at the moment, especially if you've already got some nice like B-die Samsung RAM on DDR4. You could have some wicked performance for a good price. But even with basic RAM, you know, you can get some good price. There are no, you can't mix CPU sockets and you cannot mix DDR. There is some talk about a motherboard out there that can support both DDR4 and DDR5 on certain Intel CPUs, but it's a real trash board and it's not designed for gaming. It's only got 3-phase VRMs. The 12th gen was really good CPUs, I agree. I think they were great. They're just very power hungry and at the time very expensive, but the 12th gen was actually really decent. 12400F as well, a bit of a sleeper hit in my opinion. Yeah, the ASRock. So Tanmay's talking about there's an ASRock board on Intel LGA 1700 slots. So that's 12th, 13th, and 14th gen. But you don't want it for a gaming PC. You really don't, because it's got probably the worst VRM I have ever seen on a motherboard. It was like, I mean, I use a lot of motherboards. It had like a 3-phase VRM. That's not going to be enough even for a basic gaming chip. So, and you wouldn't want it anyway. It's an enterprise thing, so that business customers can save money. It's not for gamers. It won't be good. And it's an H610 chipset as well. It's like a trash chipset. What's a good amount for the VRM for the CPUs? Yeah, so on a Ryzen, you want to get a 6-phase VRM pretty much all the time. If you want a Ryzen 7 CPU, you get away with a 6-phase, you're better off with an 8. But above 8 phases, it's nice to have, but not critical. Yeah, 12400F is a nice CPU. Yeah. Used to use them all the time. They're very popular. Okay, so I think the first thing we'll do is we'll pop the power supply in, and we'll try a different camera angle because that'll just be easier. And I need the. Actually, I can put the. Let's do a different camera angle. Let's do a different camera. So Jupiter, maybe. I mean, in the UK, you can get there's some really nice micro ATX motherboards for £120. So they tend to be quite similar. I think the difference is you get more choice with ATX because it's a bit more standard, isn't it? But if you get the right board, you can have a great time. What I'll do is I'll just adjust that exposure like that. There we go. Ryzen CPUs, are they overhyped? Yeah, I think all AMD stuff is a bit overhyped. It doesn't mean that AMD stuff is bad. I'm just saying that I think there's a bit of a narrative. I don't know why. I don't understand it, but for some reason, AMD seem to do no wrong in the tech space. And if you try to say anything good about Intel on a video, the video tanks. It's so weird. So it's very confusing. Do we mount the motherboard first or do this first? Because we've already plugged the CPU power cable in, let's mount the motherboard first. Yeah, you can find a good MATX board. You can find a good one, trust me. There's loads of them. You'll find one. Push. Okay. So we'll go back to this angle and we shall put the motherboard in place. Let's take out a couple of these slot covers here, whilst we remember. Between N60, Corsair and Lian Li, which is your favourite? Probably Lian Li. I mean, but they all do good cases. I'm not like I don't get brand aligned. If it's a good product, I'll get the product. I don't really care what the brand is. Because I know people say, oh, never buy NZXT because they did this thing with the pre-built. So I'll never buy MSI because they did this with reselling the cards during the COVID. Every single company has done something like that. So if you keep doing that, you're not going to have anyone to buy from. So just get the good product. You know, reward the companies for putting out good products at good prices, and don't buy the stuff that's silly. Like this new Corsair triple chamber case is awful. It looks really ugly. Yeah, it might be a bit better for your CPU temps, but who cares? It's really ugly, it's massive, and so expensive. I wonder if you tag Streamlabs if it actually ever replies. That'd be really funny if it just said like, shut up, bitch. Right, so I'm trying to work out what's going to be easiest here. I think we'll feed through some cables. And yeah, the Fractal North does have that thing where it's only got one little hole for passing the top cables through, so... Yeah, the N60 H5 flows pretty nice. Frame 4000D. Out of those two cases, I would get the Frame 4000D. It's a really good case. Yeah, Frame 4000D is awesome. You'll like it as well. Do I have it in hand right now? What you talk? I don't know if you're talking to me. Oof. God, can you imagine trying to plug in this CPU cable with the motherboard installed? I think you'd just pull all the skin off your fingers, I think. Ugh. Yeah, it is pretty big, but I think it's like you know how Lian Li with the 011, they've kind of perfected that design. That's what Corsair have done with the 4000D. That's like the conclusion of what a frame 4000D could be, in my opinion. Is that going to go up there and reach all the way down to the USB 2 header? Because that'd be really unfortunate if it didn't. It's a bit tight, isn't it? Because even like this, I'm going to run it through the side grommet instead. I really don't think that's going to be long enough. That's a bit of an oversight, isn't it? Okay, time to grab some screws and get screwing. Usually save that kind of behaviour for later with your mum, but hey. I just need to... Where did I put that box? I'm like forever losing stuff. Where did I put all the screws for the case? Oh, I don't know. How's the eBay situation? I haven't used eBay in years, so yeah, don't screw this build. Duct tape only PC build coming right up. Honestly, what have I done with it? Have I put it under? Oh my god! Oh, I would have been looking all day for that. Well, the thing is, Jupiter, you can go down this rabbit hole of like looking into what the best PSU is and Ripple and whatever. Realistically, does it matter? As long as you get an ATX 3.1 certified unit, I wouldn't worry too much else. And, you know, if you're somebody that's going to worry more about your power supply, just get Corsair RM850 or 1000 because it's always going to be fine. They're like the standard, aren't they? And they're probably the best selling series for a reason. Yeah, I think overclocking forums is, if you're really interested in that kind of things, that will be the place to go, unfortunately. But if you're just going to use it to just do some standard gaming, I wouldn't really go down that rabbit hole personally. I don't. So Pedro Cas asks about vertical mounting a GPU. I don't like vertical mounting a GPU, but that's mainly because are these the right screws for these standoffs? Oh no. Oh, thank God. I thought I cross-threaded it for a second. No, they're not the right ones. They use different ones, don't they? So yeah, Pedro Cas was asking about vertical mounting. I don't do it because you can't ship a PC with a vertically mounted GPU. 100% of the time, it will snap off the riser. So I never do it. If somebody insists, then I ship them the GPU separately and tell them how to install it. The problem is you have to put the riser cable in. And if you add another point of failure in the chain, it just makes things more complicated. So I really don't like vertical mounting if I can help it. And if you need to avoid sag, you just use what we're using today, one of these, the Andy GB002, or you can use one of those bar supports. They're like £5. How do you find out what specific VRM modules are made? Well, I don't know if you can find out what exact modules, but I usually look out for things like digital VRM or Dr. Moss or DR Moss, whatever you call it. Those are usually a good sign. But you don't have to really overthink it because it'll work as long as it's got enough phases most of the time. Right, so we don't need to do these two because that's where the anti-sag unit will go. So we'll just do the others. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of riser cables. They just cause so many unnecessary problems. So I would avoid a vertical mount unless you really need it. The funny thing about the motherboard VRMs is that for such an important component of the motherboard, it's often really hard to find the information. It's not even listed in the spec list. Like, it's usually on like the features list of the page. It's very strange. I think it's because most people actually don't even know what a VRM is and what the spec is to look for. So they just optimize their landing page for the other things like RGB, USB ports and things like that. Okie dokie. Right, so I'm not going to put the anti-sag in just yet because we're going to have to plug in this USB 3 and all that, so we'll leave it. Interestingly, this board has an HDMI port here. I'm guessing that's to put in one of those little internal screens. Interesting. Now, we want to probably put a case fan in. Do we want to put it here, or do we want to put it on the top, is the question I'm asking myself. Because I think we should have one. Because of the to exhaust the air from the GPU. I'm thinking. Ozzy, how many points do you have? I'll let you know. You're probably somewhere near the top. You are in 5th place with 6 points. I think rear, I agree, because if you put the fan in the top, it's going to be really tight here. You're going to have, the CPU cable in the way. So I'll just go and grab just a black case fan. I'll be right back. Now, I should probably have put this case fan in before mounting the board, but hey, that's my problem. Aussie, the points will get you more raffle entries, that's right. So the more points you get, the higher your chance of winning, but it doesn't guarantee it if you're top. We need an intake fan. We've got 2 intake fans here. I think we could probably squeeze a fan in there, but I think just putting one on the back will be okay. Because you have quite a strong gust of air going through the tower cooler anyway. I'm going to have to package this so well to avoid damage. That is future computer surgeon's problem, though. All right. Cool, yeah. I'll just pop the other fan on the back. I think this will be okay because you've got 2 140 fans on the front. I think the GPU will be fine, and this is quite a nice GPU. It doesn't get too hot, so I think yeah. Is Inno3D a good vendor? Yeah, they're all right. I wouldn't use them for anything above a 70 class card, though. But for 70 class and below, I've used Inno3D, and they're pretty good. They're fine. Okay, so I'm going to need some fan screws, which are not included. Oh, hang on. Is there any in here? Hell yeah. I'll use the ones from the deep cooler instead. Nice, Shizano, nice. That'll be a decent upgrade. It won't be an enormous upgrade, but it will definitely be noticeable, so you'll enjoy that. God, look at that shine. Tell you what, I'm going to have a tan by the end of this stream. Yeah, exactly. The Inno3D I would avoid on anything 70 class, above 70 class. So if you get a 5070, you'll be fine. But yeah, I wouldn't go higher than 70 on a Inno3D. It's just not worth it. The cooler designs, they're fine, but they're not as good, and the warranty situation I don't like as much. So Any to the UK? Do we have any PC fairs? You mean like Computex or whatever? We probably do, but I've never been. Oh my god, the screwdriver's doing my nut in. So, how much of a problem is my? Oh, no wonder I couldn't. Deep Cool, what are you doing? They've used star-shaped screws. It's like I was trying to screw this in place. Like, why isn't it going? I'll have to go up and get some from upstairs. We said, yeah. So DDR5 says, yeah, it does price a lot of people out. So stick with your 5700X. That's fine. With your 9070 XT, it will be tricky. You'll be fine in like high detail 1440p or 4K. Anything below that, you'll struggle with a CPU bottleneck. But the bottleneck, remember, it's not like it's a problem with your system. All it's doing is showing you that your GPU could be going faster if you had a better CPU. So if you've got a GPU upgrade, you're still going to get a benefit, but if you're in a CPU bound situation, that benefit could be capped. That's all I'm saying. Greatest technician that's ever lived in the UK. And I'm not from Kent. I'm from Southwest, so... When you want to talk about bottleneck, the best example was asked for was it? Yeah. So, you know, to that guy that was talking about the 5700X and whether you're going to have a problem, honestly, I'll just grab the GPU, see what happens. It will still be an upgrade. And then you can come back and tell us. But, you know, it's not going to, like, make your games worse if you've got a bottleneck. Yeah, honestly, Christian, I do feel for you, mate, because it is those people that are just trying to get into AM5 or whatever. They're the guys that are really suffering here, and I do get it. Look out for bundles. Some places are doing bundles. Like I just picked up a bundle the other day for a half reasonable price. Not amazing, but yeah. 60 gigs, 3600 megahertz. Yeah. So Max, is that the one with the green PCB? Yeah. All right. I'll swap you my Beverly Hills mansion for your 32 gigabytes. Am I masochist to say that the 5060 Ti 16 gigabytes POG? No, it's fine. I mean, you know, in terms of like bang for buck, you're probably better off with a 9060 XT, but the 60 Ti is still a nice card. It will do really well, and it's fantastic for video editors because it's the cheapest way to get the 16 gigs with a CUDA accelerated video card. So, you know, it's not always that simple. All right, so we've got quite a lot of stuff in place. That's looking good. It's looking real good, actually. And then put that USB cable through here. And then we just need to do the power supply next. We wanted to love AMD, but the FSR 4 fiasco stopped you going for AMD. All right, well, the thing is, I hate upscaling. I hate it. I think it's awful. I only turn it on if the performance really wasn't enough. Like if you're struggling to hit 60 FPS in a story game, then alright, put it on. But I really do not try to put on any upscaling if possible. How many PCs have we built? Oh, like nearly 900 now. Oh, native AA. Oh, right. I thought you were talking about the frame gen. Well, whatever. I just never use it. I think it's awful. I just let my games be rendered normally and enjoy them like that, and it'll be fine. Okay, PSU. We don't need a SATA plug, but I'll put one in anyway, just in case they want to add a storage drive later or something. Just have it in there already. Yeah, that's the thing. And actually, you know, the 9070 XT is it's an absolute banger. It is a great GPU. People that have bought them, PCs with them, absolutely love it. They think it's fantastic. So I do recommend it. It's just if you do have an NVIDIA accelerated workload, like if you're a creative professional, then unfortunately, I think paying more for NVIDIA is going to be worth it. That's all I'd say. Do I have a PC? I do have a PC. I've got a 4080 Super and a 7800 X3D. And I have no plans to upgrade anytime soon. It does me great. It will probably be good for at least another year or so. You have to override every game with FSR4. Well, that's unlucky. I'm not a fan of any company. I just get the stuff that works the best at the time. That's just what everybody should do, in my opinion. Why would you be loyal to an enormous company that doesn't care about you? It's not like, you know, you go down to your favorite like takeaway, takeout food place. Is it like there you can see the loyalty might be nice because it's a local thing and you're trying to support it. It's a small thing, but there's a huge company like AMD, Nvidia, like what they don't care about you. So why are you trying to like defend them online and that kind of thing? Okay, so we've got 12-watt high power, SATA for spare, we've got motherboard, and then we just need to put the CPU power cable in next. What? Because this uses that plate thing, I'll have to put the plate on first. Okie dokie. Find my power supply screw. How, thank you for subscribing, my friend. AM5 CPU prices will drop. I think they'll go up initially, and then by around February they will come down. That's my guess. Well, I don't really get into the politics of it or whatever. I just turn it on and I play the game. I try not to think about it too much. I just turn the upscaling off in the settings, as long as the performance is acceptable, and then just, you know, just get on with what I want to do with the computer. Why? Can you explain to me why the X3D is so good for gaming? Because let's try and do a high level overview. So when you play a game, if there's assets in the game like textures, objects, or data that you need to access very quickly to pull into the game in real time, so like important quick assets, a lot of the time that would be stored in your RAM. So RAM is like super fast version of an SSD essentially, It's like a little short-term storage pool where you can pull data from it really quickly. So if there's textures that always pop up in game, then you can put them in RAM and they'll be quick to get. By increasing the amount of cache on the CPU, it's like having RAM on your CPU. That's how I think about it. And the more you have on there, the more data can be stored there. And because it's already on the CPU, that data is even faster to get than it would be to get from RAM. So it means that in certain games, textures and files and objects that are in the game's data will be able to be accessed even faster than they would if they were in RAM. So you can imagine that that would increase the speed that the game can be rendered at. That's like the simplest way that I can think about it. It's just a little pool of really fast access memory, essentially, that you can access certain game data from. Can you explain how plus boost on NVIDIA Reflex is a bad idea? Is it? I don't know. Yeah, but if it's the same little megabytes of data that's being accessed over and over again, then it would help, wouldn't it? You're not going to store like a whole game world in the cache, but you might store, you know, certain aspects that are used all the time, like I don't know, the animation of the person running or something like that. That will make a difference. But in some games, it won't make a difference. Like in some games, the X3D won't actually matter as much. So it is game dependent. Oh, do you? That's stuff. See, interestingly, I always find that those settings, those boost settings, which keep your GPU frequency high, actually reduce the stuttering. So that's really interesting that it's the opposite for you. Because I found that, especially if you're playing a really CPU-bound game, it helped a lot, actually. The one that I noticed it most was Fortnite. When you had it on 1080p low on a high-end GPU, you'd get really bad stutters, and you turn on the plus boost, it actually really helped. So, I don't know. Maybe it's like everything, it's probably a case-by-case basis. Just test it yourself and see what works for you. That's always the best way. Like you can talk about it online, you can do what you want, but there's no substitute for you just doing it yourself and finding out what you like the best, because you buy the PC for your enjoyment. So just set it up however you like, whatever works the best for you. Well, I think if it's GPU bound, the boost won't do anything, I guess is the point, right? We got Jaker in the chat. Good to see you, my friend. Hopefully in sunny Spain. It's as sunny as it is here because it is absolutely shining, as you can see, on this December day, if you can believe it. All right. And then we just need to hook up those CPU power cables, which I shouldn't have tightened these yet, should I? That was silly. Too busy talking about boost. Pragmato, I've not even heard of that game. I don't actually play games that much anymore. I'm playing the game of business. I'm playing the game of Shopify dashboard most of the time nowadays. The only game I play at the moment is Battlefield with my friend Chris, and then that's it. And I probably play like once or twice a week, if that. First, I'm not complaining that it's sunny. It's great. I love the sun. It's good for you, good for your bones and everything, as long as you don't get exposed too much to it, obviously. A bit of sun is good, replenishes your vitamin D. If you go out in the midday sun for 20 minutes, you'll get about 1 million units of vitamin D or something crazy like that. So, you know, it's no substitute. Should play Resident Evil Requiem. I haven't played a Resident Evil game in a long, long time. Listening like a podcast, Blue Stacks. Yeah, that's cool. You enjoy it however you want. Or don't. If you don't like it, you can go. It's like, I'm not going to be offended. I'd have to do these PC builds anyway. So you just do you. So Tiffany with the X3D, yeah, I mean it will make some games faster. In terms of like using the computer normally, like at the desktop and whatever, it probably won't make much difference. So in some games it will give you more FPS, but that's about it really. Realistically, in your regular desktop use, the difference is going to be probably not noticeable. Which power supply do you like the most, fully modular or semi-modular? Well, it depends on the budget. So like, I wouldn't spend more money just to get a modular unit. So like on a budget to mid-range system, if I use a 750 watt fully wired bronze, as long as it's ATX 3.1 rated, then I'll just use that. I mean, and it depends on the case as well. Like, for example, this case has like so much space for stuffing your cables underneath. Whether you use a fully wired or a modular, it's academic in the end. But if you've got a small form factor build, you should definitely get a modular one because you don't want those cables hanging out all over the precious space inside the build. So. But permaban is perm. I didn't ban you. I just threatened to ban you when you when you told me about my bad panel juju. And if anyone else is watching, it's a joke, by the way. I haven't banned anyone yet. Okay. Cool. So we can just start like feeding some cables through to the other side, hooking stuff up. Just having a real fun time with our friends. Right. I'm just planning where to put all of the cables through. I actually think this rear fan cable isn't going to be... Oh, it might just about be long enough to get through. Oh, there's no header there. No, it's too short. That... Thermal, right. Made their fan cables too short. Ever tried Steam OS? No, but I will be in an upcoming video, probably in 4 weeks' time. I think Chromatrescu's high. I don't. He's having a grand wee time in the chat. Yeah, the shader compilation thing is pretty funny actually, because it's gone kind of nuts, isn't it? Like with the amount of time you have to wait for your shaders to compile when you start a game up now. Like, I thought it was bad with COD Warzone, but it's in every game now. Okay. So we can pop this one through here. Give it the old skibidi toilet. Chuck it through. USB. So yeah, the RAM would be less important on an X3D CPU most of the time. You are correct. In theory, I mean, again, it depends on the game. Windows telemetry services, yeah, I agree. Awful. Okay, right. Take these little pips and we'll pibbly pop them over here. Ugh. Oh, those pips are tight, I tell you. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Jake. If you pay 4K, it's not going to matter as much, but it might matter. And that, interestingly, the Intel, even the new Intels, are really good at 4K. I don't know why, but they're really good at 4K. So yeah. We'll see. And don't worry, I've been live for a little while, but this is the first build, and I've got 2, maybe 3 to do, depending on timing. Yeah. Yeah, the 265K is actually really good 4K gaming, weirdly. So yeah. It might be to do with that. I don't know the technical reason. All I know is the results, but yeah. Who knows? It might just be that it's just the architecture might be handled a bit better in whatever they're doing. Who knows? Who knows? And again, I guess it's probably going to be game dependent as well. Yeah, I don't know. I saw the Game Awards like this. I've never seen this Expedition game. I don't know what it's even about, but it seems to have done well. So good luck to her. I think Intel will have that spin. You know they're going to charge through the nose for it, but so are AMD. So you know what are you going to do? So we're just hooking up the fan cables at the moment, and then we're just feeding everything through. It's just a bit easier to do it this way, and then you can do all the cable management in one go. We'll just slip this HD audio back through. Quite like to put the HD audio like this way, because it just reduces the cable bulk in this area. Yeah, Christian. See you later, man. Good to see you. Okay, and then this 12-volt power, this NVIDIA abomination can go through here. And USB 2.0 will need to go down here. Oh, I've got a treasure trove of cables to plug in here in a second, I tell you. Okay, right. Okay, dokie, ladies and gentlemen, we are absolutely motoring here. So let's start plugging stuff in. Fabulous. Should we pre-route a SATA data cable for them just in case? Why not? It's a big enough case, we can get away with it. How many more? It's just this week, and then we'll give away the RAM on next Saturday's stream, probably halfway through. And it is global. I'll ship it anywhere. But ideally, you don't live in Antarctica or something. But if you do, then then joke's on me. We'll work out the logistics of it another time. I'll probably do something via the website and then give you a PIN code to give me in chat to confirm that it's you. that would be the way to do it. Akadake. So little power pip plugs next. Luckily there's only a few of them, and they didn't include a front panel HDD LED, which I appreciate because they're completely pointless. You can avoid the instability on 13th and 14th gen now if you update the BIOS, but yeah, that was a bit of an oopsie, I think, wasn't it, from the Intel boys on that one. I don't know whether it was the CPU or the motherboard makers, but it did seem to happen on lots of different motherboards, so that would lead me to say that it's that the issue was the CPU, but what do I know? I'm just a soygen. Intel CPU help keep warm in Antarctica. I mean, I guess so, but the thing is, like, the wattage from your GPU is going to be contributing a lot as well, so I think even with an AMD system, they can become space heaters, can't they? All right, USB for the little LCD screen on the cooler is in. HD audio, and this is so nice not to have to plug in a goddamn RGB cable, because that's the worst cable out of all of them. How many do I build on average per day? It's not that many. I probably do like 3 or 4 a week. Just it's a bit more busy around Christmas, so yeah. All right, looking pretty nice. So we'll switch back to the other view because I need to put in the Lian Li GB001 anti-sag. And I'm going to try and hide some of this cabling up here as well, best I can. Okay. Yeah, I could. I would have done all 3 builds by now. I wasn't streaming. So yeah. How many orders a week? Yeah, well, at the moment it is around 3 or 4 a week, which isn't that many. But I'm cooking other little tasty treats up elsewhere in my business life, so it's okay. It's just good fun. Okay, GB002. Yeah, it's good. It's entertaining. You can have a good chat. What's not to love? I mean, yeah, I remember the Verge PC build. I think they they really threw that guy under the bus, I think, didn't they? It was a bad build. But everyone like piled on the guy so bad. I did feel kind of bad for him. Because I've seen, like, through repairing computers, I've seen a lot of people's own self builds, and you know the quality wasn't that far off, you know. So good. I'm not a crypto bro. You know who I think is a crypto bro? You know that YouTuber Optimum, the Australian guy, who's always got the McLaren in the back of his videos. I think he's a crypto bro. People in his comment section seem to think that he made all that money from YouTube. I can tell you for a fact, he did not make that money from YouTube. So either he's got a really successful business or he's a crypto bro. And my money's on crypto bro. All right, see you later, Chromatescu. Yeah, you need a live strong bracelet. Poor guy. Poor guy. Clay, yes, it's compatible. As long as you've got a 500-watt power supply, you'll be all right. Maybe OnlyFans. Maybe the guy's in good shape. Maybe it is only. Maybe it's OnlyFans. That's the next discussion topic while we put this in. How does Optimum Tech afford his videos? Or is the McLaren just like rendered in the background in Blender? Because that would be another possibility, right? Because he's pretty good at his rendering, isn't he? So who knows? Yeah, that's what I thought. Because but people in his comment section, like they all you seem to think that he made this money from YouTube. He doesn't even have ads on his videos. There's no way he made that money from YouTube. It's got to be crypto. It's got to be. I have a feeling it's crypto. You think they made the video on purpose? What for like reach? Yeah, maybe. I mean, it worked. It got people talking about The Verge, but I'm not sure that's the kind of publicity they'd want, is it? I don't know. He worked at a PC shop, PC Case Gear or Centicom. Yeah, but he didn't get rich doing that, did he? Right. So the way that this one works is the GB002. It's got this like bracket thing. You mount it to those two standoffs that I've just put in, and then this sits like this, and it has got enough for like multi GPU. But I quite like to put one above and one below. It really helps with the shipping. So this is like, I think this is the ideal anti-sag solution, but it is more expensive. It's like this is £10, whereas bar support is only £5, so it's up to you. Well, do you know, the thing is, Jaker, you'd think logically that you're wrong there, but you are right. The thing is, even if you get publicity for doing something bad, you'll still like get customers. It's just the way the world works is fascinating, isn't it? So we'll place that there. You can also put these in the center, but I can't do it on this one because this has got a post instead of a screw point. So yeah. Lego is $2. Is Lego really $2 though? I'm pretty sure Lego's quite expensive. You probably want like Mega Blocks or whatever the cheap equivalent of Lego is. But I think the worst kind of anti-sag system is the one that you clip in on the side here. I find they just don't really work very well. So I'd either go for the freestanding magnetic bar support or I'd go for one of these. The tiny mouse. Yeah, but he doesn't make that much money from those. Honestly, it's a tiny market. He's not making big money from that. He really isn't. I'm fully like thinking he's a crypto bro. But he wouldn't promote it because he knows that his audience would hate it. And to be honest, like also what would it actually do for his channel to say that he's into crypto? It wouldn't help, would it? So that's all I'd say. So that's in. That's looking pretty nice. And then we've got to work out like what height we want to put this at. So let's try a little test fit and see. We might be able to reach around actually. And we have got that release bar here, so we can rescue it if needed. Oh, that's tight, isn't it? Jeez. Just about fits. Giggity. But it's very blocky. And I think, you know, this like kind of coffee colored shroud actually works really well with the wood. So we'll see that in a minute. It is Deep Cool Assassin. Yeah, it's the Assassin 4 VC Vision. So we'll put the Vision plate on it in a minute. But it's very blocky. I quite like it. So if we want our GPU to be straight. So also putting the GPU in with the case on its back like this, it will make it easier to fit your anti-sag system. So we want to put this in. And obviously you want it so that it doesn't hit the fans as well. That's a key thing. So actually here, we're looking really good on this slot here. So we'll just put a little rubber pad on it just to prevent scratching. And then we're all sagged up. Ozzy says, is this PC good for 700? 700 watts, what currency? But I'll look anyway. So 5500, yeah. 6600, yeah. Nice. B550, that's good as well, yes. Yeah, that's okay. What have I might have something better on my site. I'll have a look in a minute. If not, I might have a better one coming up. You'll just have to bear with me while I put this in. So that little sponge wedge is now, it's kind of scuppered my plans actually, because now it's too thick. Unbelievable. Too thick is never the problem. Ask your mum. Well, it depends, Ozzy, as well, whether it's new or used, right? Because that makes a big difference if it comes with warranty, etc. Those are other things to look out for. So B550 gives you PCIe Gen 4, but because you've got the Ryzen 5500, it's Gen 3 anyway, I think, isn't it? So functionally, between the two chipsets, it probably wouldn't make any difference. But if it was a 5600, it actually might make a difference. One-year warranty, PCIe, yeah. Okay, so that can go there. That's looking pretty nice now. Come on, screwdriver. That's still not quite tall enough though with that stack on it though. I might just take the rubber bits off then. Have to. Yeah, I'll just take the rubber off. Is it necessary to put this? Yeah, it's not. It's not always about the weight of it. It's like the length as well. It might be fine without it, but really, for the sake of, like, God's sake, made me drop my little My little red O. I'm going to have to get that back now. For the sake of like the 10, 15 quid that you spend on the brace, I would do it because you don't want to wreck your card by bending it. So that's just my way of looking at it. But it would be fine without it if you really did need to save the money. Oh, how am I going to get that out? I'm going to need some tape. Honestly, that's like, because it's not magnetic. There we go. If you try and fish that out with your hands, you'll just push it further in. And also, this is very helpful for shipping as well. It like prevents it bashing around in shipping. That's the other benefit. Yeah, so Tanmay is right. I think 3 years is if it's a new computer, 3 years is really the industry standard now. I used to do 2 years, but now 3. And to be honest, I never have warranty claims. Like it never seems to happen. The only time something tends to go wrong is like right at the start. I've got one GPU coming back to me because of like horrific coil whine, but that's nothing. That's just bad luck. So you know, I think really you do need a 3-year guarantee. I mean, one of the benefits of getting a pre-built is the warranty, isn't it? That's one of the added values of having somebody else build it for you. You know, having the tech support and the warranty and everything, in my opinion, is one of the benefits. Okay, so we can just plug this in. So obviously, for anyone watching, these 12-volt high power cables, or 12-volt 2x6, whatever you want to call it, you really have to push them in. And I'm quite like paranoid about these. I give them a real, you hold the back of the card with your other hand and just push firm, make sure it's definitely in, and then you'll be fine. No explosions. And we'll give, just so that little loose cable doesn't flap around, we'll just give it a little D, and we'll get to G. Yeah, the parts warranty will still be there probably, but it's just, I don't know, I think part of the added value of somebody building it for you should be a decent warranty. 3 years being what I would think is the minimum standard. Yeah, so Tanmay, it's not nice to blame the customer, but actually 90 to 95% of the problem is between the chair and the monitor, if you know what I'm saying. So, you know, you might have a few support messages to deal with, but generally the actual physical side of things is pretty rock solid most of the time, because we test them before they go out, so they should just work. What's the best way to promote my PC building company? I don't have any advice for you because I don't know the answer. Maybe you could build them live on stream. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but no top intake. Not on this one. I'd do top intake if I was going to overclock the RAM, or if the RAM didn't have heat sinks. Then top intake is a good idea because you can get some direct airflow on them, but these got heat sinks on them. We're running them at Expo. I think it's going to be fine. So I can't actually, usually I put another one of these like on the top, but actually because of where the PCI slot is, I can't put another one on. So it's just going to be that one. That's okay. Oh, right. So it's looking pretty tidy. We need to do something about this cable to make that look a bit nicer. I have a little ace up my sleeve here. We'll take this top screw out. And hopefully we can just give it a little sneak around in here. Yeah, baby. There we go. So Tiffany says, what's the most common thing in a PC to break? The most common thing for people to break is not plugging the cable into the graphics card for their monitor and plugging it into the motherboard and then wondering why they don't get a picture. Despite the fact that in the packet I put a QR code with link to instructions, and on those instructions I write, please plug into the graphics card, follow the instructions. 90% of the support tickets are for that. It's so funny. In terms of physical components that break, they're really solid now. Really rare for any components to break at all. Back on DDR4 days, I used to have problems with RAM all the time. But DDR5 is absolutely rock solid. I think maybe, what, I haven't RMA'd any components in the past year at all. The only one I'm going to have to do is an XFX Radeon card with the coil wine, but that's it. The CPU cooler is taking up a lot of space, I know. Yeah, I'm going to have to be very careful with how I ship this. I'm going to have to use 2 air packets. I'm going to have to put one here and then one around here, I think. And really tightly pack everything in there because, yeah. I really hope it survives because it's a really nice looking system. Worst comes to worst, I just send them another tower. It's another cooler, it's no big deal. I'd rather, yeah. Okay. The styro. I use the expanding foam for these, the Instapack foam, so that should take care of everything. All right, let's start cable managing. I want to see what the temps of the cook. Well, we'll find out very soon. All I got to do is cable management. This will take about 15 minutes. BIOS update, another 5 minutes, and then we'll get straight to the temperatures. So it will not be long. It will not be long at all. The only one that's not going to look good is that fan cable from the top right. I can already tell that's not going to look as neat, but what are you going to do? Because I think it's going to be too tight. Oh, I don't know, maybe we'll get away with it. It's not going to look the best. Can I put this? Ah, I can put it there. Okay. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are cooking with gas. We are cooking with gas. Hell yeah. Oh, Puget Systems has an acrylic brace that connects it. Dude, that's a great idea. I need to look into that. I didn't know that. Usually I just try and void fill as best I can. And when I put the PC in, in the box and everything, oh, it's too short, isn't it? When I put the PC in the box, I chip it with like the glass side facing up in the box, so that rather than having the case in its normal orientation shaking like this, it will just shake a bit like this, and usually that helps as well. Ugh. I'm gonna have to put that down there, I think, because yeah. Leanne Lee 217. Yeah, really nice. Nice case. Yeah, really nice. The LAN calls are always good, man. They're always so good. Can't go wrong with a LAN call. Big fans on the front, mesh. It's just a classic that will always work. I don't give you very many cable ties with the case though, bit unfortunate. Only give you 4. Luckily the power supply came with some. How can you ship a case with 4 cable ties? That's a bit stingy, isn't it? Okay, so that can go there. Yeah, I bet the temperatures are good in that, man. It's a real nice case. So yeah, I haven't actually checked one out myself yet, but it's on the list. There's just so many cases out there that are so good now. Like I finished a build with the Fantex XTM3 recently. Incredible case. Incredible. What's the best way to do cable management? I mean, there's no like secret sauce to it. It's mainly just about experience and practice, and just try and stop cables from overlapping if you can help it. Like try not to get them all twisted around each other. But I mean, don't go mental with the cable management. Like there's no point making it like intensely neat because it will be really hard for you to service it and upgrade later. So you see online all these things about like really fancy cable management. It's not helpful. In fact, it will hinder you if anything. So we can actually use these Velcro straps here for this. What's that? That's a SATA plug. Put that down there. Some cases make it easier. This is a pretty easy case to cable manage, really. There's a lot of space and there's lots of tie down points. It's just very intuitive. Because if you have a fish tank, all this third of the case here will have fans in it. So all of your cable management gets pushed over here. So it's more tricky. It's funny you should mention about the big fans causing noise issues, because usually really big fans are great for sound because the noise profile is like a lower frequency, so it's like bassier if you like, and you don't notice it as much as like a high pitched fan. So interesting. We're going a bit extra with the cable management, not gonna lie. You don't need to do quite this much, but yeah, we're having a nice relaxing Saturday stream. Why not just take a few extra minutes, get it all perfect. Again, I've run out of ties again, so I've got to get some more. That is the other thing, Tame, is that also, yeah, it is harder to get those exact replacement fans. Although you can usually put 140s in those cases. Yeah, so that's right, Ozzy. Like the 3 fans will reduce the overall width that you have available for your cable management, so that doesn't surprise me. Oh, hang on, someone at the door. 1 second. All right. How old do you guess I am, everybody? Oh, I don't know. Your name doesn't give away anything about your age, I don't think. I'd say you're probably just like a young adult. That's what I'd say. Okay. Bam. What about bam, pow? A small child. 14, interesting. You seem older, that's good, I guess. Yeah, that is pretty good for 14. I didn't do that. Actually, did I? No, I wouldn't have done it on my own by 14. No way. Pretty impressive, brother. I would say we've done quite well with the cable management there. What do we think? That looks pretty damn clean. Could be really extra and tie that. Why not? For fun. For fun. I'm just a masochist with the ties now. You can't stop me. Do not let this man loose with the cable ties. Oh, that's okay, Vince. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm going to focus a bit more on like help content coming up on the channel because this seems to go down well and it's actually genuinely useful. Like, you'd think that something like a DDU guide would have been done to a good standard already, but it hadn't, so yeah, it's funny. Zip tie surgeon, that's right. Both inside the body and inside your PC, I'll zip tie you to high heaven, baby. Okay. Beautiful. This is one of the best cable management jobs I've done in a while. And the front looks clean too. I think we can go ahead and test it out. Where did I put that faceplate for the cooler? Gotcha. Yeah, I know, I can't, and also I can't wear, I'm gonna have to blur out my t-shirt as well. Oh, dude, yeah, come on. We'll do this peel together in a minute. Right. Warning. Download. Elena, thank you for subscribing. I'm gonna have to. I'm so paranoid about this thing and shipping. I'm gonna have to stop using this cooler, I think, for premium builds because I'm just so worried that this is gonna bend in shipping. But Yeah, yeah. The hepatic artery is bleeding. What do we do, doctor? I know just the thing. He's cured. All right. I just need to tidy up the desk, and then we'll boot it up, update the BIOS, and see what the temperatures are like with this massive cooler. I find that if I don't tidy up as I go, bad things start happening. I don't think the customer's going to want that moist toilet towel there, do they? No. You have a free and the PC might freeze. Don't say that. Come on, brother. Where is the optimism? Or do you mean the cooling is going to be so good that the CPU freezes? Like one of those Cooler Master Tech coolers. No, we've had absolutely no saga this build. This has just gone really smoothly, which is weird. Actually, you're right, it probably is going to break because it's gone far too smoothly. I can't get over how big that CPU cooler is. It's so big. That's what she said. I'm going to have to look up what this is for. Where's that manual? Oh, it's the contents page. L. But it doesn't say what it is. Well, I think it's a little thing to sit between the GPU and the... This was like we have like a built to order listing. And when on the high end builds, people expect more than the Peerless Assassin. In reality, the Thermalright Peerless Assassin would be great for this, but the market sentiment is that that's a cheap cooler. I can't put that on a high end build because it puts people off. So that's why I won the Deep Core Assassin 4. In truth, you'd get the same performance probably from a Peerless Assassin in terms of like day-to-day use. But I can't see anything in here about what that little wedge is for. The GPU is a RTX 5080. It's the MSI Inspire, which it's just going to look really cool in this system because it's like coffee coloured, or champagne coloured. All right, well, the manual is not going to tell me what it's for. My assumption is that this would go like under here, between these two, as like a shock absorber or like a spacer, but I don't know. It feels like you could take it to school and rub out some pencil. Oh, Ozzy, you could be right, you know. No, you can't be right because it's not a spreader for the thermal paste because it's not a bad thought, but if you look here on this page, it tells you just to put dots on it. So I don't think it's that. It's not, it's not a wipe for the thermal paste. They gave us a KFC bargain bucket finger wipe for that, so. Remember, do they still do bargain buckets at KFC? I haven't been to KFC in a long time. Back in the day, God, tell you what, if you got a bargain bucket in on a Friday, you'd be having a good weekend. Oh, there you go. You can. I think everything should be able to fit in here because this is the box that it came in. Hell yeah. Take a picture and show ChatGPT. I might do it later. Right. We don't need thermal paste, we need wipe. We need KFC wipe, please. Sir, please, return that wipe. The Colonel has personally requested that you return that CPU cooler wipe, or the full might of the KFC legal team will be burned down upon your door this very same next day. Have I used PTM in the builds? No, I think it's a bit overblown because like CPU cooling, the main problem is the IHS, right? That's a limiting factor. It's the metal casing of the CPU. So I think putting like a PTM pad on it, I think the difference is going to be minimal. And when it comes to actual like game performance difference, it's just going to be completely pointless. So that what it might be good for though is like long service life systems, where a pad is a lot better. All right, I'm going to peel this little sucker now. You ready? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, it's magnetic. Oh, no, let me peel it from the top. Give me that peel from the top. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's glassy. We'll keep that, put it back on after. Ozzy, what was it? Come on, spill the beans. If you tell me it's a thermal paste spreader, I'm not going to believe you. Just FYI. It's got to be a wedge, hasn't it? It's got to be a little wedge between the GPU and the thing. But I don't know why you'd need that. Give me that peel. No way, they wouldn't use that as a thermal paste spreader. And the instructions said to put dots on it. Why would you put dots on it if you're just going to spread it? I mean, that's my theory. Hell yeah, Ozzy. Hell yeah, that's exactly vindicated. That actually makes total sense. The only difficulty is with this Gigabyte board that you couldn't fit that wedge in there anyway, so I'm going to have to put something else in there. Maybe a couple of credit cards. Yeah, PTM, so a thermal pad, if you can get a good one for a GPU, is actually a really good idea because opening up a GPU to change the paste is a real pain in the ass. So putting a pad on it is pretty good. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Right, let's put the peel aside. Just like, so the Fractal North, right? It would look so much nicer if it was like this. Like without that plate here, in my opinion. I don't know why they did that. Like, it would just look so much more elegant, in my opinion. But then they put this thing on it, which like shields half of the. Whoops, not there. Come on. And it's also a pig to put in. There you go. I think that looks worse, but up to me. Up to you. GPU is reverse sagged. Do you think? I think it's okay. I think when we stand it up, the gravity will bring it down a little bit. Hindu cow, no, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. 4080 price. Well, this is a 5080, but I got this for £939 or something like that. They're a lot more expensive now. Right, so, and I really like the look of the MSI Inspire, man. Okay, stand her up. Put the little top piece back on. All right, and then we're going to curse the build by putting the panel back on. You prefer no glass at all? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, everybody likes their own thing. Like I used to have RGB builds, and now I really don't want RGB in my PCs. So everybody's taste is valid. That CPU core looks like it's touch and chip. It's really close. I know you were joking, Hinduka. It's close. It's probably about a millimeter gap. Do not panel. Well, too late. I'm not going to put the glass on, but I will put the back panel on. I'm confident. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. And then all we need to do is find that little thumb screw to put the vanity plate on. All right. Yeah, we will see. We're going to do it now. So yeah, it's expensive GPU, man. It's not for everyone. I mean, I don't even need a GPU this powerful, and it's my company, for example. I could get it for free, essentially. Looking real nice. Looking real nice. So let's get a power cable, hook it up, and see what the final result looks like. Although it's not got any RGB lighting in it, so I expect it's going to look very similar, except with fan spinning. And the digital readout, I guess, you'll have as well, won't you? So it looks really tidy. Provided that it ships in one piece, I think customer's going to be pretty pleased with it. Yeah, the 5090, I was saying earlier, it's not. I don't really think of it as a gamer's card anymore. It's yeah. L-shaped table when? Oh no, don't. I already don't have enough space. Already don't have enough space. Yeah, client is it's a pricey build. It's more than I could spend on my PC, but what are you gonna do? Okay, so let's hook up the screen so that we actually get a picture out. That top panel is so loose. It always moves in and out. Okay. Oh, it's spinning. Power is on. Go on, show me something good. Show me something good. How much was it? I think this was like 2,500 and I make about 180 off it. But customer did use the code YT50 for £50 off, which essentially will get you Windows for free. And if you say, you know, I watched the channel, enjoy it and all that, I'll give you Windows for free anyway and still give you the other £50 off. So just let me know. Why air cooler and not AIO? The customer just wanted it. That's all I can say. Just wanted more of a calm build, so that's what we've got. So we are stuck on a VGA light at the moment. Interesting. Interesting. Give it a minute. The cooler is the Deepcool Assassin 4 VC Vision. Venture Capital Vision. So why is that? I'm going to replug the screen in. Tell you what, if this GPU's busted, I'll be mad. Although I do have another 5080 Inspire, so it'll be okay. It's not reversed sag, you bastard. I'm gonna get a spirit level in a minute, and I'll prove it. Oh no, it's working now. It's working. Right. I'll bring the... I ditched the big monitor and just got a little one because it was taking up too much space. Look, we do have a picture. So it is working. Just needed to replug the cable. All right. So let's set this up in a way where we can see the screen. We'll get it set up. And then we'll get that digital display working as well, because at the moment it's blank, which isn't ideal. I wouldn't get into the PC building business. It's not going to be my main business. I wouldn't recommend it. It's space intensive and the profit margins are quite low. It's just good fun though. So if that's what you're optimizing for, then fine. But I honestly wouldn't recommend it. Right, so let me get this squared up. Ooh. Give it one of these, give it one of those. And we'll turn the ISO down, all the way downtown. Manual focus. Boom, boom, shake the room. Probably zoom that in a bit more. There we go. It's really quiet as well. I mean, it is. I guess it's idle, right? But I can't hear it. The laptop I can hear that's doing the stream, but the computer itself is basically inaudible, which is great. That's true. I could get an L-shaped table. I mean, at the moment, I just do this on my dining table because it's just a chill stream, isn't it? End of the day, but yeah. This is the Fractal North case. So we don't want to enable the X3D Turbo mode. We'll leave that alone. We'll just get into the BIOS. We want to update the BIOS, I think. So let me get into the BIOS. I'll get USB, make the USB. Fun times for all. What do I use to stream? Just I've got a laptop with a 4070 and an i7 of some variety, which I bought through the business, so I didn't pay for it. But the reason was because I broke up with my girlfriend at the time and I was living at my mum's, so I didn't have my desk set up. So I needed like a computer that could do some basic editing. But now I'm using it for the stream, so pretty cool. What are the case fans? Yes, we'll go through the full spec in a minute. We'll get the BIOS updating and then we'll have a proper look over the build itself whilst the BIOS is updating. So I'll move the screen there because then that will let us showcase the PC in a moment as well, and then do that. Fab. Right, so now I just need to find my USB stick for updating the BIOS. If you're unsure how to update your BIOS, I do have a video on the channel showing you how to do the BIOS flashback method, if that's something you need. Yeah, so the camera's Aussie. I've got the overhead cam is a Sony ZV-E10, and then the camera that I use for like most of the stuff on the channel, this camera here that's on screen now, is a Sony a6700, so it's not cheap. But that 6700 is absolute workhorse. It's a fantastic camera. Right, I'm just going to download the BIOS file so that we can update it. So it's going to be a bit boring on screen at the moment, but I'm just going to grab that. So B850 Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7. And thankfully there's only one revision, which is nice. This is a really tidy looking system. It looks really good. Okay. Drivers, we could do with the... Right. Usually if I put a BIOS on a USB, I'll also put the network drivers as well, because those can be a bit tricky, a little bit tricky. Yeah. So the ZVE10 is the overhead. Yeah, I just put I've got an 11mm lens on it. It's just quite wide. Works really well for that. And then the 6700 is just like a workhorse. Does 4K 60, 4K 120 if I need it. You know, it's pretty good. Investment RAM, right? Yeah. Just £900 for this 32GB kit of green stick RAM. Coming to a micro center near you. Actually, they'd be in dollars, wouldn't they? Right, so let's do the BIOS update, just plugging in the USB. I wouldn't use any of these auto overclock modes because they're usually pretty inefficient. You're better off just tweaking it yourself and just learning how to do that. And also, it will sometimes disable some of your cores, so I don't trust these auto things most of the time. So QFlash. Update BIOS, B850 or Sleep Wi-Fi 7. Yes, that's fine. Whoa. Pop that over there. Let the BIOS update. We can have a look over the system while the BIOS is updating. Just confirm that it's definitely working, and then have a look. It's not 900 quid. I'm kidding. But who knows? In a month's time, maybe it will be 900 quid. Who knows? Tanmay, thanks for joining, mate. We've been going a long time, nearly 3.5 hours now. So fair play for sticking around. Masterbox Lite 301. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's pretty cheap, isn't it? That's the one with the perforated front panel, I think, if I remember correctly. I think we used a similar one, the Elite 301 Lite, on the channel, and it was pretty decent. That sounds good, Aussie. Yeah, go for it, buddy. Why not? Have fun. All right, so BIOS is updating. Let's clear a space. Whoops. And then we can have a look at how the PC's doing. That will take a good 5 minutes or so. Alrighty. Okay. Automatic focus. F3.2 down to F2.8. Off the tripod. Here we go. Just widen the angle a little bit. So yeah, pretty nice looking system. People that have just joined us, it's one of our Fractal North builds. It's like the most popular case ever. This is by far the most common case that people have bought. So yeah, pretty impressive, looks really cool. And to go over the spec, we've got CPU underneath there would be the Ryzen 9800X 3D. We've got the Deepcool Assassin 4 VC Vision. It has an LCD panel, it's just because I haven't installed the software yet, it's not showing up. We've got Gigabyte B850 Aorus Elite. And then we've got the issue with that motherboard is that the PCIe 16 slot is like right at the top, so it's really close to the CPU cooler. But otherwise a pretty nice board. We've got the RTX 5080, this is the MSI Inspire. And we're just using the standard stock black cables. We've got a case fan at the back there, it's just like a Thermalright thing. And the case itself already comes with two 140mm in the front. And then what else have we got? We've got some gold dust here, 32GB of Pixie Dust DDR5 6000C30 A-Data kit. We've got 2TB SSD under there, it's an Acer GM6. And then finally power supply is a Montech Century 2 850W gold rated ATX 3.1 unit. And yeah, that Fractal North is so nice, man. It's classic. And it'll be popular for years because it doesn't have like flashy, trendy gimmicks. It's just a really nice, well-made case. The only thing I don't like about the case really is this bar bit here. If they took this out and just had it open with a glass panel over all of it, I think that would have been more ideal, in my opinion. But it's popular for a reason. So let's see how we're getting on now with the BIOS update. It looks like it's finished actually. Do you think the CPU cooler is going to touch the glass? I think it's going to just fit. I think it's just going to fit. It's a shame as well because the 48GB kit is like, that's perfect for a high-end system, and that's what I'd usually recommend, but it's just not going to be possible now because of these RAM prices. Okay, I'll pop that back there. This has got a fancy Aorus BIOS on it. It's new. Right, let's get into a position where we can see what we're doing. Good. Cool. All right then. So we can set the BIOS up. But I think we'll install Windows first because it will let me do the secure boot, which is usually the first thing I like to do in a BIOS. So we'll get the Windows on and then we'll come back to the BIOS afterwards. Aorus BIOS is top tiers. Yeah, it's all right. I think I don't really like Asus boards personally, but that's only a personal thing. There's nothing like necessarily wrong with them. I just had lots of bad experiences on AM4 with them, so and the price is not that great. So what Windows? Just Windows 11 Home. That's what most people need, but if they need Pro, they can have Pro. Use the Rufus USB method. It's a lot cleaner than using the official one, and it also allows me to put a local account on for the customer rather than a Microsoft account, which is always appreciated. Can you do GPU undervolting tutorial? Yeah, I will at some point. It's on my radar to do that, but it's pretty easy. And then I'll do a CPU tweaking guide as well, just like a basic one, not anything crazy, just like safe stuff that everyone can do. Yeah. Even MSI A320 can overclock CPU and RAM. Can it do CPU PBO? I know it can do RAM, but I don't know. Yeah, the Aoruses, they're all fine. I use probably Gigabyte's the most common one that I use, but that's only because they're the cheapest at the performance level that I think is acceptable. But I think the best value overall is probably MSI. They consistently offer really good motherboards with great components and everything else. But it's just that little bit more expensive, so it doesn't always fit into business-wise what I need. Yeah, I do like the Gigabyte boards. The DDR5 boards are nice. The MSI ones are nice. I haven't really used any Asus. I think I used one and it was fine. It all worked, so it's fine. I use a decent amount of ASRock. They're great as well. ASRock, you can get really good spec for low money. So yeah. Have I tried Gigabyte's new PSUs? The Gigabyte PSUs that I've used, the UD series, like UD850GM as an example, they're really nice. Yeah, I haven't used any others apart from the UD series. The last Gigabyte one I used before that was the P750G, which was those are the exploding ones from Gamers Nexus. And actually, I did have two of them break, so it's not like, sometimes I try to call out some of this like scaremongering stuff, But actually, Steve was like right on the money with that. Those things were bad. I had two of them break. They didn't blow anything up, but they just stopped working. So I think that did a lot of reputational damage to their PSUs. But I would say the UD series are pretty solid. You'd have no problems with those. But power supplies are in a good spot. There's lots of good value options available now. So yeah, I'm gonna give myself a snack while this is going. The chat has been excellent today, by the way. Just like vibrant, full of life. What we like to see. Yeah, you don't want to mess around with a PSU, but also you don't want to get scared into like only buying Corsair RM power supplies because it's just not needed. Like a lot of the builds I use the Deepcool PL750D. It's great. You don't have to worry too much. The ones that are the problem are those like cheap Chinese brands you've never heard of. Those are the ones that are actually going to cause you problems, or anything that's suspiciously cheap, because I don't think there's a huge margin in power supplies, and anything that's too cheap means they have definitely cut a corner somewhere in the construction. So, you know, one of the key things to look for is warranty, right? If you've got a PSU that's only offering you 2 or 3 years warranty, that's garbage. You need at least 5 years, ideally closer to 10. So, yeah. I bought a Segatep 650 80 plus gold PSU. I actually have no idea. You'd have to look up who the OEM is that makes it, because if it's made by like Great Wall or Channelwell or something like that, one of these good OEMs, then you might be all right. If it has a cybernetics rating, they give you a lot of information on there. And I think there's a tier list out there somewhere, isn't there? But I just go based on experience. Yeah, I mean, the PSUs really shouldn't cause problems with other components nowadays, because they should all have the relevant protections built in. But when you buy those cheap Chinese ones, they might not put those protections in, and that's where it can affect the other components of your system. Even with cheap ones, I've never had a situation where a power supply has taken down a whole system. It's just never happened. Usually just change the power supply and everything works, but I've heard it happening to other people. The Ching Ching the Brilliantum 80 Plus Pro. Yeah, man, the Brilliantum. That actually didn't make it on the tier list because it was actually too good to be on the tier list. If you have a 4070 Super, should you upgrade to a 5070? I would say probably not. I'm not quite sure it's going to be a huge bump in performance for you. Usually, upgrading every generation generally doesn't get you the best returns in terms of like bang for buck. I mean, will it be faster? Of course. But yeah, generally I wouldn't upgrade within one generation, if that makes sense. Yeah, Cooler Master 850s are great. Yeah, okay. All right, boys. Today, on the Aldi special, we're eating sour moon babies. Oh, when you tip the packet, you can hear like loads of sugar moving around. It cannot be good. Oh, nice. They're basically little sour jelly babies. Ah. Oh, Jesus, oh, it's fucking sour. Stop swearing. That's fudging sour. Oh. Hang on a minute. Got to see what name the customer wants on it. Dude, tell you what, Philo, Get yourself down to an Aldi. Those are pretty nice. It does do autofocus, but if you've ever tried to record a screen, you don't want to use autofocus. It'll just go zip, 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 zip all the time. Right, one moment. Okay, yeah, it's kind of a unique name, so let me just blur it. It's not that unique, but unique enough that it might get picked up. Name it Balls. That's a good idea, isn't it? So Jacob bought Gigabyte Leoris NVMe. Oh, those are quite nice, aren't they? That's unfortunate, because I think those have got DRAM on them. That's unusual for an SSD to break that quickly. Like Aussie, you asked how many points you got. You are actually second with 22 points. And Max, aka In Between Out, he's top with 25 points. Alrighty. Okay. You don't want to install these control centers, so we're going to say absolutely not to that. Goodbye. What I do need is my SSD with all my drivers on it. No, it's not laggy, Aussie. I was deliberately blurring it so that I didn't show the customer's name. I don't know, just stop recognising it. Yeah, it must have been broken then. Okay. Let me just get my drivers. Okay, here it is. You don't want to install those automatic things because they just bundle a load of junk onto your PC that you don't want. You can do your own drivers manually and offline, the way God intended. Bam. Copy over the graphics. Copy over the chipset driver. Those are the two main ones. These goddamn sour moon babies are so tasty. Not gonna lie. Highly recommend. There'll be an affiliate link down below for the sour moon babies. Every sale Sour Moon Babies helps the channel. Exactly, Max. In order to gain RAM, you've got to spend RAM. That is the Jensen Wang playbook. And look where he is today. Look at the leather jacket that he's got, man. You can have that leather jacket one day if you just spent more money. Honestly, these are so sour. I'm going to get mouth ulcer for sure. You see, Engine Free, that kind of comment is exactly why you'll never be a tech lord. You just don't get it, man. You just don't get it. There's there's a lot of AI slop on YouTube, I tell you. I tell you. Oh, some of them are really funny. Have you seen the Michael Jackson ones, the Sora? Damn, those are so funny. Oh, see, for streaming, the camera, right? The camera is much less important than the lighting. If you get good lighting, even a cheap camera will look really good. I think you can use your phone, actually, if you use an app. Never heard of that cooler, I'm afraid, the Aura. Doesn't sound good. Oh, why is the Wi-Fi not coming up? Come on, brother. Try this one. Invest in RGB LED strips. Yeah, you do need a good mic as well. Yeah, you need good sound. I mean, I don't know what this sound is like today. I've actually got a new lav mic on. Quite a posh one, actually. I don't know, it might not be any better. But I haven't EQ'd it on the stream, which is the problem. It's not just Aorus boards, it's all these new Wi-Fi 7 boards. Because the drivers just aren't built into, they're just not built in to Windows, so yeah. Oh, I have to plug the antenna in, aren't I? Otherwise, it's never going to connect to my guest Chungus. welcome to the Chungus. We got fun and games. We got everything you want. Yeah, you can get some good cheap mics actually. You don't always need to spend a lot. All right, cool. So let's just give it a little rebootly do and then sort the BIOS out and then we can run the tests. Okie dokie. Right, let's go and make sure that I think Gigabyte are quite good about having the secure boot on by default, but we'll have a look. It is enabled and active. Cool. That's one good thing about Gigabyte. Like trying to activate secure boot on an ASRock board is harder. I wonder what the chances of motherboard breaking from a heavy CPU. Well, it shouldn't because it's on those brackets, isn't it? So there shouldn't really be any stress on the motherboard, in theory. All right, so we just need to enable the Expo profile, Expo 1. We can leave the rest. There are some tweaks you could do if you want, and then we'll just do the fan profile. Let's go for something fairly conservative. Something along those lines. It doesn't have to be exact. Haven't got anything in there, haven't got anything in there, got anything in there. So it must be this one. Cool. Manual, CPU. If you want a bit more guidance on the fan curves, we have released a video recently going into just that. But this is a general kind of curve that I like. So have those fans somewhere between 40 and 50 duty cycle, even when the PC is not very hot. Then it won't ramp up as much. In my opinion, that works the best, but you can always play around with it and find out what works best for you. Yeah, I follow the same fan curve for all builds. The only difference might be that if I've got a liquid cooler, if I had the pump curve would look different to the fan curves. And if you wanted to get really specific with it, you could use the fan control app, and if you map any intake fans that are closer to the GPU to GPU temperature, and then your other fans to your CPU temperature, you can sometimes tweak it a bit that way as well. Depends, but that's usually how I set the fans up, and it tends to be well received by the customers, so I haven't changed it. Oh, there you go. Look, you know customer's name now. That I've doxed him. Oh well, or her. That could be a lady's name. Whatever. It's why I never put their surnames on for that exact reason. Okay, let's load up some temp tests. I find that people with the fans, they tend to notice the change in noise more than the noise itself. So if you have it at a moderate level to start with, it'll prevent you getting too high and the fans going up and down. I mean, that's my theory with it anyway. Why does it say 10 at night? That is not 10 at night, is it? Come on. Come on, man. That's more like it. So run the OCCT. Yeah, I think it's a pretty common name. I think it's fine. It's not like I've put sort of Jeffrey Cornforth or something and you're going to go to his house and steal his RAM. Dude, that's some pretty good idle temperatures here, like 40 on the CPU. That's really low for a Ryzen. And then, yeah, this GPU is great. This won't crack 75, I wouldn't have thought. And then Prime 95. So use Prime 95 for the CPU, and then use the OCCT for the GPU. and then that will give maximum stress through the whole system. And I will... why not hardware info? To be honest, it doesn't really matter. You could use hardware info. The reason I use the OCCT is just because you can do the graphics card stress test in OCCT anyway, so it's just one less thing to do. Imagine it says CS. How much was a small screen? It was like £70. It's pretty handy for just like having it portable and moving it around. But it's only 1080p. GPU idle temp, was it really low? It was pretty low. The GPU idle temp shouldn't really be much more than like 15 degrees over your ambient. So yeah. Yeah, the CPU idle temp was really low, but it's shooting up now. And this always happens with X3Ds, especially the 9800 X3D. Because it uses a little bit more power because it's gone up to 127, whereas the 7800 X3D usually it's around like 110, 115. So I'm not surprised. Right, I'm going to put the glass panel back on so that we get an accurate test. So the GPU temps will probably go up a little bit now. Oh! PC... Is it just turned itself? Oh no, it's not. It's a Windows update. For fuck's... Can you see now why I do most of this shit offline? Honestly. Bloody Windows Update. I know exactly what's happened. It's just Windows Update has just downloaded the driver for the integrated graphics. Bastard. I thought I was going to see a blue screen and I was about to cry. but it wasn't. Windows installing the goddamn integrated graphics. So reboot, retry. Our heart sank then. I thought it was broken. I should have done the temperature test offline, shouldn't I, really? Oh well. Well, damage is done. Oh no, don't say it, Max. Oh. The OCCT is good, man. It's just easy to use. You know, we love Windows. We do not love Windows. It's just the only one that we can still use because it's the only one that supports secure boot. Once Linux gets secure boot, the gamers can all go there. We do. We love Windows. It lets the breeze come in. Okay, let's try again. Right, I'm just going to check that Windows isn't going to update any more graphics drivers in the background. Delivery optimization, you can definitely be turned off. Thank you. Right, I think Windows, you just need to get it out of your system before I start testing it, please. Behave yourself. Oh, suddenly now you don't want to update. Thank you, Mr. Gates. So helpful. I wouldn't use that or Gamdius AIO. I mean, I think Gamdius, they're trying to improve their profile, aren't they? Because they obviously paid a bunch of tech YouTubers recently to look at that really boring and not very exciting case. But like, the super cheap AIO thing, man, I wouldn't go for it. Like when you've got Thermalright that just works and it's really cheap, then why would you take the risk? Which Linux would I use? Well, yeah. Good question. So there wasn't any errors on that, so I'm pretty sure that's just Windows doing Windows things. So we'll give it another go. So there are no graphics drivers here. So this should all be fine, and it shouldn't interrupt my testing. Okay, so GPU started, Prime 95 in the background. Ooh. This as well. Dynamic lighting, Windows, get out of my RGB. I do not need you involved. It's already annoying enough setting up RGB without you having come in, just elbowing your way in to try and control my devices. Go for it, Aussie. You know, it might be fine, it might not. You never know until you try it, and it's going to be fine. You're not going to damage anything. Roman Hills, good to see you, my friend. We just finished first build. We will have another build. We're going to do a Fractal Meshify 3 next, I think, to mix things up. And then I'll be gone after that. And the next one I'm going to be doing a bit faster because I've been live for like nearly 4 hours and I've only built one computer. It's rubbish. Yeah, look at that 9800 X3D. It always gets toasty, man. It always gets toasty. It's nearly hitting 90 now. And it is getting loud. But this is what happens. We'll run a game in a minute and we'll see that will be hella lower than that. And the clocks are still being maintained, 5.2. So I'm happy. This is just PBO behavior. This is what it does. You know, if this frequency was dropping to like 4,300 or something crazy, then I'd be worried about thermal throttling, but it's still a really good frequency, so I'm pretty sure that's just PBO doing PBO things. GPU temps. No, GPU temps are fine. As long as they stay under 75, you're golden, and really under 80 is fine as well. Yeah, 70 at the moment. That's 70 degrees on a 350 watt car. It's not bad. Not bad. Yeah, not bad. But you would get better temperatures from a 360 or a 280 AIO, almost certainly. But in games, it's not going to be that high anywhere near. It's what happens with when you get a high-end board with a 9800X3D. They all do this. Even on Liquid, sometimes they do this. So it's not a concern, because it would be a concern if the clocks were rapidly dropping. But it's looking good, man. So I'm not too worried. We can always TJ max this to 70, 75 anyway. But it's just pulling a decent like 130 watts. So, you know, it's how it goes sometimes. And it's Prime 95. Like, Prime 95 is pretty, it rinses you. It's not like, you know, lots of people test, they run Cinebench once. This isn't running Cinebench once. This is like a proper rinsing. It's like the Furmark for CPUs. AMD don't run cold. No, that's okay. Windows just cannot keep its snout out of my business, can it? Go away. Build question: is the Ryzen 5 9600 and 9060 XT 16 gig good combo for BF6? Yes, that will be a great combo. Yeah, really good. You have a great time with that. Yeah, you do need to undervolt. So normally on my systems for the premium optimization service, or on my own computer, I would TJ max this to 80 or maybe even 75, and then do the curve optimizer, start with -30, go down to -20 if it's unstable. It's the chiplet, it's the X3D, and it's just like whenever you get a high-end CPU, you're always limited by the IHS, which is that encasement on the CPU. So you could put any cooler on this. The temperature will always be high. If I had more time today, I would take this cooler out and put on a 360 and show you that the temperatures would probably be the same. It's just how they work. When you've got your stuff like stacked on top of each other in the CPU, obviously the stuff that's lower down isn't going to get cooled as effectively as the stuff at the top. It's just the way it goes. The Ryzens are cool on the non-3D parts, but the 3D ones are always like this. So this is completely expected. I just want to make sure it's not going to crash. That's the reason I do the test. Because the Prime 95, through certain parts of it, will stress the memory as well, so it's a good test for that. Although DDR5, it's pretty reliable. Not had any problems with DDR5 systems at all. Back on the DDR4 days, it would be like 1 in every 10 to 15 kits would be busted. So yeah, it seems fine to me. Because I'm testing it properly. This is Prime 95. This isn't just running Cinebench once. Oh, does it really? 9900. Fair enough. In fairness, I haven't actually used any Ryzen 9s on AM5 because I don't find them useful for anyone. Ozzy, we're doing a white Fractal Meshify 3 build with a 5070 Ti next. That temperature's going crazy, but it's stable, so it's fine. But GPU temperature's looking absolutely beautiful. 70 is fantastic. Why are white components more expensive? Because people pay for it. And I think they don't produce as many, so there's a bit of a scarcity, isn't there? Well, Pixel Sam is, that's what I do. On mine, minus 30 curve optimizer. I didn't downclock it, but I set a thermal limit to 80. Because realistically, I don't mind losing a couple of % performance to have it quieter. So, what's the ambient temp? I haven't got my thermometer with me. It feels like about 18 degrees C. So when they say AMD is cooler than Intel, they might be referring to like the wattage, because like I remember the 10900Ks, actually no, 4900Ks, like nearly 300 watts on the CPU. And that's like another 170 watts that gets pushed out into your room, isn't it? So maybe that's what they're talking about. But yeah, they're not cool and quiet like everyone thinks. They are cool and quiet if you turn off the PBO. If you turn the PBO off, these will be really chilled. But the whole point of Ryzen is the PBO. Wraith says, should I upgrade my CPU from an i9-9900K, nice CPU, with 5080 to a 9000X3D other? I game at super ultra wide turnaround. Depends. Like, are you CPU bottlenecked because you're in a bad market for the DDR5 at the moment? But if you're playing high settings on an ultra wide, the 9900K would probably be enough. Yeah, exactly, Pixel Sam. So there's different ways to do it. The way I describe it is just the way that I do it. But the way you do it with downclocking, it will improve the noise profile throughout the whole usage, which is in some ways better. Where do I get it from? I saw the price increases coming, so I ordered shitloads of it, Aussie. That's why. I haven't ordered any RAM for weeks. Yeah, that's it, Ray. So now that you know somebody that's got a similar thing, you've got a perfect comparison. So whether that's worth it is completely up to you. Yeah, Pixel Sam, I think we're on the same page there. And Intel is a bit more straightforward. Like, you kind of know what you're dealing with Intel in terms of what the temperatures are going to do. So what I'd say, Rafe, is if you're happy with your system and it still does what you need, just like save your money, don't buy anything. The fans are going crazy. All right, we'll just put a stop to that for a minute. All right, Danny. Well, it depends. What CPU have you got on your AM4 board? That's going to be the question. And, like what Max in between out says, what games you play and what resolution? Uh-oh, the Windows update. Yeah, that's the problem, Roman. But I've probably got 5 kits left. Maybe well, four now actually. 4 kits left at the old price. The next lot is up by like 140, 150. And once those are all gone, it's bad times, just real bad times for PCs after that. Yeah. So Pixel Sound, what I'm really interested in is I really want that rumored Bartlett Lake S 12P core only CPU on LGA 1700. Chuck on a little bass frequency boost, you're away. And I've got some DDR5 7200 that I'm saving for an Intel build. And I've got a Z790 board as well. So I really want to get my hands on just one of those Bartlett Lake S chips if I can. Obviously, that's a very, very expensive price. I would not pay that at all. Right, so we should do a little game test, shouldn't we, really? Just to make sure those CPU temps are good in game. Well, the thing is, obviously, if it's new, then you're probably looking at like £600 or a bit less. And thankfully, this is a 1080p screen, so it will stress the CPU if we play games on it, so pretty good. Come on, Windows updates. Show me what I need to see, baby. All right, so let's just sanity check our temperatures by playing some games. It is mega quiet at the desktop, so I'm not worried. I think it'll be fine. I really hope I've got the up-to-date version of Fortnite. Epic. Where do I get my components from? I get them pre-retail, so I get them from distributors and suppliers rather than retail most of the time. Sometimes retail's cheaper, but not usually. I hope this actually installs, because this Epic launcher has had some real problems installing recently. It looks to be okay at the moment. Now, 5600 is for PCIe Gen 4, but the 5500 is Gen 3, but it will depend on the board. As long as it's a B550 board, you're okay. And I can't hook you up. Oh, why is it so goddamn slow? I've got gigabit internet. Come on. Yeah, but the thing is, it might get to the end of this prerequisites and then say it doesn't work. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, it is actually working. It's going to ask me for a one-time pass. I knew it. Bastards. Yeah, you just find them online, but they won't deal with you if you're not a registered company, Aussie, so you're probably wasting your time. And if you're looking for RAM, they won't have any at better prices than the retailers. If anything, the pricing will be worse. Okay, let's see if we can get this to work. I'm hoping that I've got up-to-date files on my external SSD, because it's going to take way too long to download the whole of that, and I'm not waiting that long. The other one we could do, actually, we could do Apex if that doesn't work. I think I've got the files for Apex. Where is it? Fortnite. Major outage in the Virgin net. Oh, well, I'm not on the Virgin, thankfully. I'm on like the BT OpenReach network now, so that's good. With the Fractal Terror, is it best to have CPU cooler fan as intake or exhaust? In my experience, intake, but you just have to make sure that it's not pressed right up against the side, because it will make like a reverberating noise. So in my opinion, the best way is to have the intake CPU cooler and then an exhaust fan at the bottom slot on the case. That's usually the best way that I've found, but I don't know. I've seen other people get different results, so I don't know. But that's what's worked best for me anyway. While I'm here, why don't I just in case, I'll copy the Apex files over as well. Yeah, the ITX systems with the airflow, they're sometimes you have to think about them a little bit differently sometimes than a mid tower. Thoughts on the Steam machine? I think it's a bit of a nothing burger, my friend. I think it will not be. It will just be worse than a budget PC, but people will still buy it because it's essentially a console that gets you into PC, isn't it? So yeah, yeah. I'm going to build a living room PC soon as well because I have a feeling that the Intel B580 GPU can do 4K when you use the upscaling, and I've got a 4K telly, and I want it just like as like a sort of a party console type thing when people come over if they want to play like FIFA or just like emulator games and stuff. Yeah, I do like ITX builds, definitely. Yeah, they're good fun. My favorite at the moment is the really optimized micro ATX. Those are my favorites. I'm not excited for the Steam machine. It'll be rubbish. Performance will be low. It will sell like hotcakes because it's a console for getting PC games, but the performance will be poor. Right, let's see if that works for Fortnite. If not, we'll do Apex. Apex should work better. Sometimes when you copy the files into the destination, it doesn't always like it. So we'll see. Oh no, it's writing over all of it. For Pete's sake, man. Well, all right, Apex it is then. I reckon they'll do a $500 with a 500 gig SSD, but you buy your own RAM. That's what I think it's going to be. But that's what I've heard. Whether they do that or not, I don't know. I really doubt they're going to make you put your own RAM in because the whole point of it is that it's like an easy pick up and play, isn't it? So I don't know why they would do that. I think the price will be really good when it comes out and then it'll go up later. That's my gut feeling. But nobody knows until it actually comes out. So who knows? Why is I've not got the EA app on here. Oh, hello, Microsoft Bing. Goodbye, Microsoft Bing. Take up half the screen with your privacy warning. What's up, AVP Pace? I can't say what your name is, but good day to you, sir. I just want the download button. Jesus Christ. There we go. What happened to websites, man? Like, usually back in the day, you wanted to download an app, you would have download at the top of the page. You just click it. Now you have to go through a whole like sales copy landing page from Alex Hormozy to actually get to your goddamn games. All right, so Fortnite is absolute no-show. That's not happening. I'm not waiting for that to finish. We check out a PC part picker list. Yeah, sure. You won't be able to comment. You won't be able to put the list in the chat. Just on the URL, just send me the last like little like bit of writing. It's got like a combination of letters and numbers, and just tell me what region you're in as well. Okay. So let's just uninstall Epic Games. Oh my god. Thanks for the sub, by the way, Wraith. Appreciated. We're just going to test the game out. That's all we're doing because we saw the CPU temperatures were high in the stress test. Just wanted to show everybody that a stress test is a stress test and that it shouldn't like scare you off if you get a high stress test result. Because, you know, if I wanted to, I could manipulate the BIOS so that it looks like my CPU runs at 60 degrees all the time. But it's not genuine, is it? It's not genuine. All right, so now if I come out of EA, exit, if I just go bam, And then just create a new folder called games to make it easier. Pop Apex in there, and barring a huge update, this should work. Yeah, fine. So let me know what region you're in though as well, AV base. Right, come on. Don't make me download an absolutely huge game. Show me the money. And we'll just make sure that Fortnite's definitely come off. Goodbye. I learned terrible at Battlefield 6. I'm actually quite good at Battlefield 6, which is unusual for me. Like, I used to be good at games, but I stopped playing them. But I'm still all right at Battlefield. COD, I can't compete in COD anymore. A sim setup, what like The Sims 3, yeah? I love The Sims 3. I never played 2042, but I haven't played Battlefield since Battlefield 4. But it's it was really good. Yeah, I do enjoy Battlefield 6. It is a good game. It was worth the money. Are you on oh, sorry, I've already saw you said US. Okay, so let's have a look for AV pace while that's doing. It says preparing, which means it's just checking the files that I've already got on there, which is pretty sweet. Right, I'm just loading. I'll just see if I can load up your part picker list. So you're in the United States, so we'll change to US. And we should just be able to paste your list in there. Hey, there we go. Okay, so hopefully now I can share that screen. Let me have a look. La la la, and then go window capture. We go to that one and then enable it. Yes. We'll get rid of that. We don't need that. And if I just zoom in, you should be able to see it. Okay, so 9800X 3D, nice. Yeah, pretty good. Arctic Liquid Freezer 3, excellent. Don't buy any more thermal paste. You don't need that. It comes with the cooler. B850 Tomahawk's pretty nice board. I mean, you know, if you want to save some money, get the MSI Gaming Plus instead. You get the same performance realistically, but if you like the Tomahawk, that's a good board. The RAM, that's like not a terrible price for that RAM, so maybe you want to get that. But if you can't get this one, they do have some in Newegg for like 320 or something along those lines. 990 Pro 2TB, unless you're doing a production workload, I wouldn't bother. I would just get something cheaper. Just get any 2TB drive that's got HMB for your games and you'll be fine. Because that's really expensive for a 2TB SSD, I think. 5070 Ti, pretty nice. Yeah, that's okay. If there's a cheaper 5070 Ti in your region, then just get the cheaper one, but that seems okay. Montec XR, what does this look like? It looks fine. Yeah, you'll have a good time with that. You might want to look at the Vector V100. If you can get one that's in stock somewhere. Oh, it's got rid of it. What the heck? I want to go back and edit your parts list, don't I? There you go. All right, so get rid of that. You don't need it. I'm going to change your motherboard to try and save you some money. ATX. I'm going to assume you want Wi-Fi. You probably should have Wi-Fi, even if you don't necessarily think you need it. And then sort by lowest price, and we'll find one that's half decent. Well, I mean, that one will do the job. There you go, B650 game plus Wi-Fi done. That's all you need. I'll leave the RAM as it is. We'll get you a different SSD. And Apex has actually finished loading. That is fantastic. Okay. All right, we'll get that loaded up in a minute. Whilst the just have a look at this list. So PCI 4 is all you need. We'll leave the cache for now, and you will need 1800 so that we capture all the 2TB SSDs. If you're in the chat, I can't see because I've just got this screen up there. You don't want that SN3000. You don't really want that. You can get this Aorus one. It's pretty nice, and that's got a DRAM card. Oh, it's out of stock. That's why. The C910 will do you okay if it's just games. If there are any really nice drives here. P5 Plus. That's got a cache. There you go. And then what have we got? 5070 Ti. You don't need a fancy version of a graphics card. Something like, oh, well, that actually, okay, fair enough. Can't knock it. And then I would probably get an 850 power supply, and I'd probably get the Vector V100 instead. So if you can't get this one, you might just get the regular V100 below it and just put your own Thermalright fans in it. That's another way to do it. And really, I mean, you'll get away with a 750, but I'd recommend an 850 for this build personally. Quite a high-end, nice build. I'll just find one that's not complete trash. Ah, that's nice. I'll have some of that. Is that a ATX 3.1 unit? Can't tell. I actually can't tell if it's the ATX 3.1 version. And it's also not that price as well. It doesn't, oh, I don't know. I don't think that's the ATX 3.1. All right, so we won't get that one. There you go, beautiful. That'll do the job. So that's what I'll go for. I think we saved you about 200 bucko, which will help with the RAM. And then you could also consider a 9070 XT for a fairly similar performance. So there you go. So I'll leave that up on screen. You can copy that last little code bit there and put it into your own thing. I think this will be a massive upgrade from your 1660. Yeah, bro, of course. Right. I'll let you just grab that link. You can write it down, and then we will absolutely get into some Apex Legends just to check it out. You got it. Perfect. All right, we'll head back to this screen. MSI Afterburner now. It asks you if you want to install Norton. For God's sake, you can't escape this shit, can you? Oh, you're welcome, dude. Burger says, are mini PCs a good option for someone that can't really spend a lot on a PC and doesn't play hard? No, don't get a mini PC for games. Do not get a mini PC for games. Get used stuff. Mini PCs are for like office stuff only. Really don't. Really don't. You can get a small case, but just don't get a mini PC. You see them on YouTube a lot because they get paid to promote them. They're sponsored, so just bear that in mind. Afterburner and Reaver. What would be the best option for someone that can't pay more than $450? Save up some more money, unfortunately. unless the games that you're going to play are PC exclusive, that's a really tough budget. You'd have to go to the used market, I think. There are some cheap ITX boards about, for sure. As long as you can get a case that will support a regular ATX power supply, yeah. Right, is this done now? Yes. Perfetti. Just paste that in there. Then, oh yeah, we need to do that thing with Apex, don't we, where we uncap the frame rate. Plus, FPS underscore max unlimited. I've done this so many times now. Okay. Right, let's see what our CPU temperatures are like in game. No, I don't want to download Reaper Tuner update. Just leave it as it is. The pop-up spam is doing my head in. What is going on here? Okay, okay. You can get 14th or 13th gen Intel, it's fine. They're safe now. It was just back then that they were a bit dodge. Goddamn shaders, man. Goddamn shaders. This is just an MSI Afterburner, but I've got the settings copied onto a USB, so I'll just copy it over if I need to ever check on a new PC. Saves me setting up the overlay every time. Now 80% shaders, nearly there. Now, we've got a Meshify 3 white build, which is going to be really nice. I'll do that in a minute. We've just gone down a little bit of a rabbit hole here because the temps went up to like 90 in the stress test. So I just wanted to show people that stress test isn't the same as when you actually use your PC. That's all. So I just need to make sure VSync is off. I can leave the rest like that. Turn the effects detail up. but we'll definitely be CPU bound because it's a 1080p screen. So Alpha Star, that's such a big question. I don't even know where to start. Like, reinstall Windows to start with. That's going to be the best thing that you can do, probably. See, this CPU, the CPU is running really hot, is it? It's running at 42 degrees C. I think that's pretty cool if you ask me. I think he's trolling. Does it normally take this long to find a game of Apex? So trolly, my friend. That's actually quite an incredible temperature. 40 degrees C. Even, I know we're in the lobby, but the CPU is like under 40 degrees. So it seems like the vapor chamber is really good for keeping your ambient temperature, like your idle temperature, is really low. But when it's under load, it doesn't help. Like, it's the same as any other tower cooler. This is really interesting. But that's crazy low, man, for a 9800X 3D. My God. You can almost call it. Good luck with that, Pedrocast, my friend. Good luck with that. This screen it has so much input lag. What's going on? Like, can we join the game or what? Like, what? I don't usually wait this long in the lobby for Apex. Oh, here we go. Guys, the game is dying. I also don't have any sound as well. Wraith. I don't know why I'm on 60 FPS though. It went to 300 a minute ago, so I'm guessing that when we actually start diving in, it'll go higher because, yeah, I know the temperature's low. We're not stressing the CPU at 60 FPS, are we? So, oh, Alpha Star, yeah, you need to just wipe all of that shit. Put your Windows install on the NVMe for sure. All right, so we're obviously 300 FPS is the maximum that the game will support in the engine. So that's why it's locked at 300 because, you know, that is the limit. I'm the jump master. Oh my God, this is so smeary. Right, I'm just going to jump straight down. I'm also leaning to the side so that I don't block the view. Right, where are the tangos? I can see some tangos. God, I've not played this game in so long. So it's a wingman. Oh, I need the wingman. Oh, it's so smeary. It's got this like motion blur built into the monitor. But CPU temps are looking fantastic. 55 degrees C. I think we can safely say that this is working pretty damn well. And the reason is that games don't use the same kind of power draw as a stress test because look, you're only using 75 watts versus 130 when we're doing the stress test. So I've got a Mozambique with a 2X on it. Who wants some? Go on and have it! See, on Fortnite, when I play without sound, I've got the little footstep icon so I can see where people are. I'm just going in completely blind. Oh! Some of that! Where's your boyfriend? Oh, I'm about to die. There we go. So, like 56 degrees C. You know, we're running at 1080p, which kind of helps because we're trying to stress the CPU as much as possible. The computer is so quiet, you can barely hear it. So I'm actually really impressed with this deep cool cooler. So I think we've put that theory to bed now. We know that in-game temperature is not the same as stress test temperature. Right, so let's just uninstall all of this crap. I'm gonna have to like reuse this for like a YouTube short because I've wasted so much time doing this. All right, so get rid of Afterburner. Get rid of EA. Goodbye. I'll just have to uninstall those little bits. Wala la la wala la wala la la. Okay, EA app. Goodbye. That's that Afterburner. Goodbye. Yeah, it's just like pretty damn quiet PC, if I do say so myself. All right, so it's MSI Afterburner, and then we just need River Tuner. River Tuner, goodbye. Bam, bam. Beautiful, that's gone. Get rid of these. All right, we're clean. We are clean and we are pristine. Beautiful. Right, last little tweaks. So edit the power plan. Put some sensible times on. We will turn off the fast startup. And then, guys, what I always recommend that everyone does, just like a really quick win for your system, right? You just go into the settings, type animation effects, and then just like turn off the transparency, turn off the animation, and like I'll show you the difference. So if you have the animation on, when I click to open a folder, it like just like it like you get a little like fade in like that, right? I turn off the animation, instant load, so much better. So much snappier and better. Like you're not having to wait for little animations to finish. So perfect. Windows Update doesn't need anything. So this one's good to ship. I just need to put the packing foam and everything in it, and then it's good to go. Yeah. This guy paid for some additional optimization, so I'll do the. I'm going to do that later because it's going to take too long. But it would be things like using the Chris Titus tool to like strip and debloat and everything. So yeah, cool. All right, let's shut this one down. How to debloat Windows 11. It's good one. I mean, I'll do a video on it at some point. But it'll be a little while. Okay. The only thing we didn't do was, we didn't. Tell you what, let's put on the Deep Cool software so that we can see the lovely temperature readout on the cooler. Forgot to do that. We'll just do that quickly before I forget. Right, so we need to get the VC Vision software. PC was on downloading. You went to sleep. Woke up. PC was turned off. Turned it on. And it turned itself off immediately. Well, I don't know. There could be lots of things. The only way you're going to know is change bits out one by one until you find the problem. Oh, Deepcool's website is so slow. Come on. Come on. What is wrong with Deepcool's goddamn website? Deepcool LCD software. See if it comes up here. Honestly, Deepcool's website is utter garbage. Come on. This isn't my internet. It's something on their end. I really hope that one works. Yeah, Deepcool Creative. Okay. Thank God for that. I need me some Deepcool Creative. C/Deepcool. C/Deepcool. No. No. Oi. C/program file/Deepcool, I think. Yeah, I think I think take the coin battery out of the motherboard for 10 minutes and try rebooting again after that in case something's corrupted in your BIOS. A good shout as well. All right, so let's see. All right. Look at that idle temperature, 35, beautiful. Assassin VC Vision. Yes. Oh, guys, it looks real good. This is probably the best digital display that I've seen. Right, I'm going to show you. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Okay. Can CL40 work fine with another stick of C? No, you should really match them up because, I mean, in this market, I'll be tempted to say just try it, but normally I would say don't mix RAM kits. It's not good news. And RAM problems can present in really strange ways that are very annoying. So careful, right? So get your chops around this, boys. Oh, I need to raise the tripod up now. That is gorgeous. I get an angle where there's no reflection on it. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. It looks better in real life as well. It tells you like the CPU usage, the power draw, the frequency, and then the temp. Alpha Star, yeah, you can put them all on the same drive. That's totally fine. So everybody, say goodbye to this build because we're going to move on to the next one. We've taken way too long doing this one, as always. But it's really nice looking, just like a black air-cooled design. Fractal North case. You're gonna go wrong with that, laddie. And you got the really nice and enormous Deepcool Assassin 4 VC Vision. An exceptionally clear digital display. Really, really nice. Really, really cool. The only thing I would have changed about this build to make it look a bit nicer is if we had a motherboard with the PCIe slot one lower for a little bit of separation between the cooler and the GPU. But I think that's splitting hairs, and it does look really clean overall. I'm very pleased with how this has come out. The challenge will be shipping this safely, but that's my problem to do off stream. So yeah. All right, see you later. See you later, Max. See you later, man. Yeah, you've been around for ages, buddy. But yeah. All right, so let's pop this one away, and then we can move on to the Fractal Meshify 3 build now. I'll update the text in the corner in a second. And we're going to do the next one much faster. Beautiful. I think the customer's going to be very pleased. I've still got to do some... the customer paid for some extra stripping and debloating, so I'll do that off stream. But yeah. MSI Afterburner. Ozzy, I'm not going to be able to explain how all of it works. You're going to have to just go and find a guide online. Because it would take me too long to set it up. There'd be loads of videos on YouTube. How to monitor FPS with MSI Afterburner. Very easy. Hell yeah. Okay, just turn this off. How much does this RAM cost now? Well, I paid this kit. I paid £147 for. And now it's going for like 300 and something. It's crazy. It's utterly crazy. But I haven't raised the prices yet. I've got a couple more of those kits, and then once those go, they're gone. And then who knows? Right, I just need to go and get the components for the next build. So if you just bear with me 5 minutes while I go and do that. I'm going to chuck you on a BRB screen with some music. So I'll be back in just a sec.
Sky is falling down, dark days are here. Machinations will halt in a world of fear. But you and me are true, I know just what to do. Walk with me, it's time we fly. Escape Armageddon tonight. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this cold predicament, I know I've made it through. Sun is folding up, the light has gone out. The 1% took it to the detriment of all. But you and me are here with a million things to see. Get out that bedroom, open your eyes, turn the PC off tonight. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this cold predicament, I know I've made it through. hold their grief. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this corporate demand, I know I've made it through. Apocalypse, I know I've made it through.
Budgets all around the world. Budgets all around the world. My memory is soaring. My graphics cards are falling. But me and you ain't crawling through this PC hardware shortage. See, I've got deal savvy, saving all my money, mixing up your goodness to see me through this madness. All around the world, gamers. All around the world, gamers. We push on through. Baby, let me hit that budget. Baby, let me slam that price. Won't you take my hand, darling, and take me somewhere, take me somewhere, take me somewhere nice. Shopping PC parts these days is tough. Never know when price goes up. Today is RAM that's scanted, tomorrow could be rising. That's when I got you, slip through my fingers, and now that kid is through the roof, through the roof. All around the world, gamers. All around the world, gamers. We push on through. Baby, let me hit that budget. Baby, let me slam that price. Won't you take my hand, darling, and take me somewhere, take me somewhere, take me somewhere nice. Take me somewhere Baby, let me hit that budget. Baby, let me slam that price. Won't you take my hand, darling, and take me somewhere, take me somewhere, take me somewhere nice. Take me somewhere nice.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we're back. Right. So I just went to get all the parts. So that's why I was gone for a minute. Okay. A couple of my latest tunes. Hope you enjoyed them. Right, so what have we got? Oh, I didn't get the CPU. I was going to get the CPU very quickly, but you can have a look at what we've got available here. A few of my favourite parts recently, apart from the bloody RAM, obviously. So feast your eyes on all that. That's going to be going in the Fractal Meshify 3, and it will have a 5070 Ti as well. So feast your chops on that while I go and get a CPU. Oh, Xander, that sucks, mate, but you should have a lifetime warranty on most RAMs, so take advantage of that. Okay, so CPU, 7800X 3D. Come on, focus. There we go. So we chose this for this build because of the RAM. We couldn't afford to get the 9800X 3D, but it was a way of bringing the price down. And then the RAM, Jesus. And this is one that I paid full price because they wanted RGB RAM. I offered them plain black for much lower price. But this seems to be the best option that I could find at the time, which was white and that would fit the build, because it did need to be a build that was cohesive and white. Unfortunately, white RAM is always just a bit annoying to get. So we got this Patriot Viper kit. This was like 270 or 280 pounds, something stupid for 32 gigabytes of RAM, but it is what it is. We push on through. And then what else have we got? We've got an SSD here, 1 terabyte Acer Predator, pretty nice little SSD. Another customer that wants the GB002 invisible anti-sag, so we'll be using that. Got the Montek Century 2 850 Gold. Really nice motherboard. Really nice. £140, B850 Gaming plus Wi-Fi by MSI. Got like a 12-phase VRM, excellent features, white PCB, absolutely gorgeous. And then Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 280. Beautiful. One of the best coolers out there. And the 280 is very similar to the 360 in terms of cooling characteristics. So going to be a really nice build. And we'll reveal the 4070. Actually, I can get that now. Got the 4070 Ti. We had to get a white one. So unfortunately, this is also very expensive. It was just over £800, whereas you can get a black one for £700. So you do pay more money for white stuff, unfortunately. But it will look spectacular, so there is that, I suppose. So why don't we just crack on? I want to get through this one a bit more quickly. So obviously, if you've got questions, you can let me know in the chat, but I'll be mainly focusing on getting this one done because I'm actually losing the light a little bit. The sun will probably go down in about an hour, which is kind of mental. Okay. So what have we got here? It's that. MSI put some weird ass cables in their PC boxes, isn't they? MSI giving it a shout out. I'll give you a cool reward. It'll be something really lame. Okay. We got the Wi-Fi antenna in that box by the looks of things. Let's get building. I wonder if I could just put some background music on for a minute. Let me see if this will work. Yes, but it'll play through my mic. That's way too loud. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit more chilled. Okay, perfect. All right. So beautiful white PCB. And these are making a bit of a comeback. You couldn't find white PCBs for a while, and now they're everywhere. MSI are all over the white PCB look. So obviously they've done their market research and found out that lots of people want white builds. So you know what I say? I say good luck to them. What is this cable, by the way? I have to. What is it? 3-pin and a fan. What? It's like a. Oh, it's like a header. All right then. Well, whatever. We won't be using it, so. Bam. Zoom. All right. So SSD. We can put it in this one, or we can put it in this one. I'm going to put it in the bottom one because it's a decent drive, but I want the customer to have the ability to use the top one very easily, service it themselves without having to take anything out. So, yeah. How many points you got, Ozzy? I don't know. I might have a look later, but I can't keep checking the points for you every few minutes. You'll be somewhere near the top, so don't worry. Okay. And the MSI boards, they put their long slot quite low, and I really like that. It makes the build look more balanced. Like you have your cooler here, and then you have a GPU a bit lower down. It's appreciated. I just like MSI boards, man. It's just like I don't use them all the time because, like, from a business standpoint, like in terms of the quality, the Gigabyte will give you the same thing for a little bit less. But I do just like the MSIs, man. They're just good. They're just good boards. They look good. The BIOS is very easy to use. It's just a personal preference. But I mean, I've got a Gigabyte in my own personal PC, so it doesn't override all purchasing choices. But yeah. So this has got some kind of like push pin rather than a screw. Every time I put an M2 SSD in a board, that has a different mounting system. And this one's actually got like a stick on it. Looks pretty sweet actually. So if I push that down, oh, dude, that is the easiest M2 SSD installation I've ever done. I'll hold it up a bit closer. So you literally, I'm going to do this like cat-handed, but you just put it in, right? And then you don't have to do anything. You literally push it and it's in. That's genius. That's excellent design. Fabulous. All right, what about the top one? Does that do the same thing? Yeah, it looks like it does. Awesome. All right, RAM then. Patriot Viper, Elite 5. Overpriced as anything, but that's the way it is nowadays. Quite nice looking sticks. Nice crunchy clicks. Love to see it. Then open up the socket. Inspect. Pins are clean. In goes the CPU. Just a tray version this time, so no retail packaging. Go. Always keep these, of course. Don't throw those little caps away in case you need them. All right, looks like we are ready to rock and roll with the cooler. Such a good cooler, Arctic Liquid Freezer 3, man. So nice. And it's got the VRM fan as well. Not that this motherboard needs it, but appreciate it. And they've done the cabling quite nice, like all in line. Which I appreciate. I mean, on the Corsair coolers they do it as well, but the cables are too long, so they hang down. But this one, they look really good. So that will sit that way with tubes at the bottom, like so. Yeah, perfect. God, it's big, isn't it? The 140 fans. Pojman, not on this one. You've just missed the Fractal North build. In fact, I'm actually just going to go back and change that text because you are right. It's incorrect now. You could go back and scroll back and watch the Fractal North build if you want, but that one's done now. Oh, no, not that one. There we go. One sec, somebody's calling me. Hello. You like the fractal north white? I don't like the fractal north in white. I don't think it looks very nice, personally. Right, so we need to mount this. They stopped putting plastic on the bottom of this. Interesting. So we'll need the mounting hardware. Oh, fair enough, Potion Man. It's like you get what you want. I'm only telling you my personal thoughts. I'm not telling you whether something's good or not. But I am with you. Like, if you're going to make a white case, I think the interior should also be white. So I do agree with you. So that is a bit disappointing. All right, so we still have to go. We need the spacers first, don't we? Excuse me, sorry. You could use an angled GPU. Yeah, it'd probably look quite nice, actually. The temps will be fine if you tilt it, but if you put it right up against the glass, you'll have some bad times, I think, on that one. The problem with the tilted look is that you have to use a riser cable, and the riser cables, as much as it looks nice, it causes all kinds of problems. I mean, not always, but yeah, the angled look is really cool. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you can do that in the Lian Li 011 Mini V2, can't you? It looks really cool in that. So if you dig it, man, you just go for it, and it will give you a little bit of that different look as well, which seems to be what you're after. Wrong side, do you think? Well, it says R on it for right, so I think this should be correct. We shall soon find out. We shall soon find out. Yeah, I only stream on YouTube, yeah, because I don't want to be tracking like 3 different chats. I don't have any audience anywhere else, so just post on the cooler is offset. Yeah, I think, but it says R and L, so that must be the correct way round. So if I just test fit it, yeah, that's how it always looks. Yeah, because the copper cold plate is actually completely covering the CPU, so that's great. Actually, it's not quite covering the very tip of it, but I'm pretty sure that's what they always look like. Because otherwise it would be too high, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that's the correct way to do it. We'll see, won't we? If the temperatures are bad later, then you might have been vindicated. Thanks for the subscription, by the way. Appreciate it. All right, put a little blobbity blob in the middle. And our fans are already hooked up. That's really nice. I think all we need to do is, before we mount it, is just put in the plug. So you can do it with the separate fans, one for the VRM fan, one for the pump, one for the fans. And actually, yes, I am going to do that today. Normally, I would just use the single easy plug, but I think there's... You think there'll be any PC deals for the January sale? You might get something on pre-builts, but you're not going to get anything on RAM if that's what you're asking. Like you really shouldn't, like, don't ask for deals on RAM. You're never going to get it. It's just not going to happen. Like, a retailer is not going to do it. So you might get deals on other things, like I think cases, motherboards and things are going to be quite cheap around February time when they realise that nobody's building any PCs anymore. That's just my prediction. But I think January sales aren't as good as they used to be. I think. But your RAM in September, good man, good man. Or woman, I guess I should say. I don't think any females ever make it onto my channel, to be honest. But you should never assume, because that makes an ass out of you and me. September is a really good time to build a PC in general, actually. So if you've already got your RAM, I think actually you could be in for a good time if you're going to upgrade. Yeah, you might want to wait till Feb, because you might find that the other parts of a PC build become real cheap. Okay. Oh, it's not catching. That felt better. Still, what the heck is going on? Yeah, it's made really good contact with the CPU there, so I'm pretty sure I've got that mounting position correct. Just need to get the Mobo in case an AIO with my money. Dude, Ninja, you are in a great position. I think you will get some really, you're like the only person that's doing well out of this RAM situation, because all the parts that you say you need, I think are going to be really cheap really soon. I don't think cases are going to come down anymore. But I do think AIOs could come down a smidge more. So that one's in there. I'll look at the manual in a second just to make sure I definitely got this correct. But when I've used this cooler before, I'm pretty sure it always looks like the top bit of the CPU isn't covered. But those edge bits, I don't think they actually contain any like important stuff. Thanks, Nano. Appreciate it. Oh, see, my order is actually the reverse of yours. I would have MSI first, then Gigabyte, and then Asus. Asus and ASRock tied for the bottom for me. Yeah, look, because the paste is really well spread on there, so I'm confident here. I'll try and mount it, and then we can check it in the manual after. So that thread is in, and so is that one now. So logic would dictate that this should now just thread in. This isn't the smoothest AIO mounting I've ever done. I do remember this being a bit annoying though, so maybe... Oh. Do you reckon... No, I can't put it upside down because there's a... Hang on a minute. No, it's got to be correct because I can see the threading. I will look at the manual in a minute if I can... What is going on with this cooler? But I've used this cooler loads of times. This is how I've always done it. That's going. Now that one's out. The fudge? It's not upside down. It's not up. Do you think the... Oh. You think the bracket is upside down? I should just look at the manual. It has been a while since I've used one of these Arctics. But that's definitely the correct like pump orientation. Because that's how the pump head goes on. All right, well, I'll look at the manual because I've sowed enough doubt anyway. Who'd end up giving the rides to? I didn't. Nobody wanted it in the end, so yeah. The black pieces are upside down. Do you think? You could be right. Let's see. Let's see. You could be right. But the text is the correct way up, which is what confused me. So we'll see. Yeah, that's exactly how I've got it. Hang on. I'll show you. I'll take it off and I'll show you. No, I've got it correct. So, just take this out a minute. So, we've got the right one there and the text is the correct way up. It looks exactly like this picture. Can't really see it very well, but it looks exactly the same. I put the spacers in, I put the screws on. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm doing it correct. I thought I was. Okay. Well, let's just try it again with a bit more patience then, shall we? So that one is in. Oh yeah, to leave for the Tottenham game. Oh yeah, wait, you didn't do very well in that game, I don't think, did you? I don't know if I've just got like a busted cooler. You won, did you? Oh, there's something weird going on with this. This doesn't feel right. You shouldn't have to put this much effort in. So that side is down. And that side just needs to be in a bit. Well, this didn't have a plastic bit on it. I'm wondering if this is like a return or something. But everything else was intact, so... And it's just spinning in place. Yeah, maybe that's a good shout, Pedro Cass. Well, these are definitely tight down, aren't they? Maybe I'll just loosen it and maybe just drag this, see if I can drag it out a little bit. Maybe it's just slightly off center. But usually the Arctic ones, they're really like not hard to install. Like I've used this cooler about 5 times before. This is what's confusing me. Try again. Oh, that went down. What about this one though? No, so I get one. I think maybe you just have to really alternate. Be really like pedantic about like 1 turn per side. Yeah, it's going now. It's going now. It's just you have to be really pedantic about like doing a tiny turn on each side. Jakey could be right as well. Well, we forced the issue, and of course we will stress test. So whatever happens, we will ensure that this is correct for the customer. Feels pretty good. Cool, that one's fully tightened. There's that one. All right, so maybe it's okay. Oh, we don't need to reapply the thermal paste. It's fine. So the B580 with the Ryzen 5 5500, yeah. And did it? Hopefully, it worked really well for you. Yeah, because it would be definitely an upgrade from that 3050. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. So we've got the cooler on. Eventually. I thought I was gaslighting myself into thinking I'd forgotten how to mount it, but it was fine. All right, so I've picked the cable with all the separate plugs for like the VRM, the pump and everything. And we do have 3 headers there, so that's good. So why don't we put the pump into pump, that will help. And we'll put the CPU fans into the fan, and we'll put the VRM into that system header 1 there. I don't really want that VRM fan going very fast at all, so yeah. Ninja, if you want the riser cable, you can have it. Just remind me once I finish this PC. So yeah. Fabulous. Beautiful. Beautiful. We can put in our CPU power cables and then start getting this beauty into the Meshify 3 case. The best case of 2025 for me is the Meshify 3. It's absolutely fantastic. It's just very expensive. that's the problem with it. Now, you don't necessarily need to plug in both 8 pins for this CPU, but why not? It's there. Let's go for it. I'm not going to put cable combs on these white ones because I want them to be flexible enough to fit down the back. So that's a purposeful choice. Okay. So we will take this away for a moment and we will get the case, get the power supply in the case, and we'll go from there. All right. Pop the top off. This has these thumb screws here that will let you take the whole top piece off to mount your radiator to. It also makes it quite easy for you to access the inside of the system, which is appreciated. So I'll just quickly whip the top bit off. Maybe you might have to take the glass off first. So glass off, back off. And you can just, woo, there you go, top's off now. Top's off, just like your mum at the weekend. Right. Oh, I've actually already got some sleeved cables in here. That doesn't come with the case. I think it's when I did a review video on it. All right. Deal. Meshify 3 has probably my favorite cable management system because it's just so easy. You just like put these clips on, put the cables in, bam. Easy to service, just overall excellent. But I think this cable could do with going underneath instead, this 12 volt. I'll have to look at the GPU to see which end or which way up the 12 volt high power connector is. Now the card actually comes with an anti-sag already, but the customer definitely wanted the invisible anti-sag system. So make of that what you will. This is absolutely massive for a 5070 Ti. This is overkill, isn't it? Okay, so we've got the flat connector on the bottom of this one, noted. Okay. So when we put this through, we'll want the flat connector to come on the bottom, so go like that and like that. Build next year, Asus ROG crosshair. No. Nano. Why get such an expensive motherboard? For what reason? Do you want me to? I'll show you the anti-sag it comes with if you want. It's quite elaborate. It comes with like, I don't know. It's got loads of like plates and stuff. It's got like this, and it like clips onto the side of the car. I mean, I have to look up the instructions on how to actually use this thing because it looks really complicated. But we use the Lian Li GB002 instead because it's much more sleek. Just a simple solution that works. So, yeah. Cool. Yeah, well, it will have an anti-sag. It will have this one, which I think will be sufficient. Because it's an aero card. The aero cards are really well built. So it might not even have that much sag anyway. It's more just for protection reasons. And this is a local one anyway, so I don't have to ship it, which is really helpful. Great. So I think, what should we put in first? Motherboard or power supply? Let's just get the motherboard in. Actually, I'm thinking. We've got sleeved extensions. What's going to go? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter, does it? So why don't we just put the motherboard in? Seeing as we've got the top-down angle already. Nautilus 360 for Ryzen 9600 and 9070 GPU and Thermaltake view for. I mean, it's a completely overkill cooler. You can cool the 9600X with just like a basic single tower cooler. But I mean, the Nautiluses are good. The cooling is good on them, so you know it will be good. I don't know about the Thermaltake case. I don't really like them. I just don't like how they look. You've had problems with Arctic too. Yeah, see, it's unfortunate. I mean, it's on now, so it's okay. And the cooling on the Arctics is outstanding, so you know, I forgive them. Okay, right. So we shall get mounting, or get mounting, just like your mum on a Saturday night. Will this go under here? Question, towards the GPU. Yeah, I think it will. Yeah, it'll be okay. Right. Check we're not trapped anything. No, we're good, we're good, we're good. Great. So now we need motherboard screws. What have I done with those? Because I used this case to do a review and I don't know where I've put the screws for it. Oh, well, I'll just have to raid my supply. Yeah, interesting. I didn't know that about Arctic. That's the first issue I've ever had with an Arctic product, and it was surmountable in the end. It's a bit disappointing, isn't it? Because the coolers are great, but like if the tooling on the bracket was a little bit subpar. So it's going to need a little bit of a push as we screw it down, but that's okay. Happens sometimes. But I do really like this motherboard, this MSI Gaming Plus Wi-Fi 6E. It's pretty sweet. Really good power delivery. Nice white PCB. Job done. Wonder what I did with the screws for this. They'll probably turn up somewhere, won't they? Like really obvious. Not to worry, we have what we need. Yeah, having the top off the case is actually surprisingly helpful for just like how nice it is to build it. Okay. All right. So we're screwed in place, nice and secure. Cooler is here. Let's route these CPU power cables just through here, get them out of the way. Yeah, dude, we've been going for like 5.5 hours. It's crazy. I mean, once this one's finished, I will be abruptly closing the stream. This is too long, really, but it's good fun. It's good fun. The job's needed doing. I'll build the other Fractal North one off stream. It'll probably take me about an hour. What motherboard's better, B850 Gaming Plus or ASRock 870 Pro? Then similar. Just get. You don't need a posh motherboard for Ryzen. Just like a blanket recommendation. B650 Gaming Plus Wi-Fi MSI is a pretty nice board. The only problem you'll have with it is that it doesn't have an integrated I/O shield, so you just have to put the silver thing in the back. But otherwise, it's a fantastic board. Any of the MSI Gaming Plus ones will be really good. You won't get any benefit from going for an X board, so just get a B board on AMD Ryzen. Unless you're a power user that needs lots of PCIe slots, you're not getting any benefit from the X board, so save your money. That's my opinion on that one. Okay, so this should just sit here. In theory, this should fit. Because somebody in my comments told me it fit. So I really hope it does, because that is tight. That is really tight in the top there. Okay. Ugh. I'll swap to the other camera angle for a second. Okay. Right, just need my top panel. Right. How's this gonna work? It's really this is pushing it. This is pushing it. Okay, so we had this way, like so. But this is gonna, I don't know if this is gonna go actually. Oh, maybe. Try and load it into the plate first and see. Oof. Right, white cables, you have to stuff down there a bit more. Oh, lordy. Okay. Dude, that is tight. And actually, the white cables are stopping the fan from spinning. No, the AIO fan can't spin. I think we're going to have to take out the white extensions and just use the stock power supply cables, because it keeps getting stuck on these white extensions. We might also only be able to plug one of the plugs in, which is fine. It's not gonna meaningfully affect the performance. Just not ideal. Right, one sec. I need to get the modular cable out. Because usually the stock cables that come with your power supply are a bit slimmer, so therefore should be able to fit. Okay, for the thread ripper. That doesn't go on an X870. Can't pull the wool over my eyes, boy. So we will need a CPU power. That's a CPU. And that's a CPU power. That's easy. That's hopefully, because these cables are a lot thinner. I think we will get this to fit. Just no white CPU power cables, but that's okay. It's totally fine. You're not even going to see them anyway. And if it still doesn't fit, we'll have to take one of these out. We'll push on through. We'll see what happens. Just pull that cabling through. Whoosh. Right, it's time to cross our fingers, everybody, because it is tight as. Right. Okay. Okay, well that side always goes in, so that's no surprise. Ooh, it's better, but yes, we are clear. We are. God, this is tight. Right. Wait, let's secure this in place before it runs away. Jesus. I wouldn't be surprised if this just like pops off halfway through. The other panels are going to be integral to the structural integrity of my cooler. Right, okay, so let's fix that with some rad screws, which appear to be in here. So these have a washer on them. My concern with that is that it might make them too bulky to get the top panel back on. So I'm going to just put a couple in and make sure that we can slide it on. So we shall see. Oof. I think the other problem with Arctic coolers is the pipes are too long. Or maybe it's just that it's the Meshify 3 and it's a bit of a shorter case. But we'll be laughing when we see lovely low temperatures later, so I'm not worried. A big FPS gamer that needs a Threadripper. You ain't fooling nobody, brother. Okay, so top panel, top panel, top panel. That's behind me. Will it bend? That is the question. Oh, I have to stand it up. The answer is no. It doesn't go. So I'm gonna have to take the. That's stuck. I have to take the washers out. Yeah, so you do have to be careful with the screws that you use. If you're going to use a top 280 on this case, it's probably not suitable. So I'm just going to use the screws without the washers on them. It should be fine. And hopefully that will reduce the height of it enough that it'll be fine. Renan, great to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. Hopefully, wherever you are in the world, you're having a good day. We've just been building PCs all day. Been pretty fun, actually. Okay. Try again. That feels better. Let's see, can we get it all the way in? Yeah, there you go. So, I don't know, if anyone's thinking about using AIO in the Fractal Meshify 3, particularly a 280, if your AIO radiator comes with washers for the fans, like these, like this Arctic cooler, so you can see we've got a washer and a screw, you can't use the washer. You just have to put the screw in because otherwise you can't get the top panel back on. That's something I always check. Whenever I get an AIO that has washers to fix the screws on the top, I always have to check that that top panel is still going to slide on, because the tolerance is just sometimes too tight to allow it to work. So little tip for anyone interested in the Fractal Meshify 3. Oh god, that's not gone very well. The downside is if you don't use the washers, you have to really be quite precise with the radiator placement to avoid causing too much like damage to your stuff. So just yeah, Ernesto it is. And thanks for subscribing, whoever that was, FaveTech. Yeah, it'll be an all-white build. We've got the Gigabyte Aero 5070 Ti. We've got the white Meshify 3, white motherboard, white everything. So just be very gentle with these last screws, because we don't have the washer, it can sort of warp the metal a little bit, so you just have to be really careful. With that one, for example, it's sort of tucking underneath the rail, so you really don't want to push it if you can help it. Okay, so I've got to have one more of those screws somewhere, haven't I? There we go. So we'll just put that in. It's really good. It's going to be a really nice build. 7800 X3D. I mean, the customer wanted a 9800 X3D, but because of the RAM price, we couldn't get it to work, unfortunately. But in reality, 7800 X3D is still excellent, so I don't think it's going to be a hindrance. The other tip of, you know, if you're using a 280 AIO in the top, make sure everything along the top of your motherboard that you want to plug in is definitely plugged in, because you won't be getting back in there after you put a 280 in there, I'll tell you that. All right, little last final little top slide test to make sure that it's going to close up later. It is. All right, beautiful. What GPU do you recommend with a 70? I mean, any of them. Any is the honest answer. It's going to depend on your gaming, what you're going to do with it, etc. And I will not be dremeling such a lovely case as this. Not gonna happen. We would just use a 240 instead. But luckily we got it to fit, and the 280s are pretty nice for cooling, so. All right. Let's flip us back to top down. There we go. So 1440, yeah, you probably, if you can afford it then for your GPU, 9070 XT is a pretty sweet way to go, or 5070, or even Ti if you can afford it. Right. What do you think about the comb being on that side? I don't know if I like that. I don't think I like that at all. These things, cable combs are my least favourite part of PC building by a mile. So damn annoying. Right, so that's going to go in that way, so we need the comb on this side. Anyone that enjoys this needs their head looking at. Yeah, I know, but the thing is, like, it's still, you're barely going to notice it because the cable is so, like, it's so squished up there that it's fine. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's okay. I only put usually, you know, if I could buy the cable separately, so I just get like the 12-volt cable, and then the 24 pin. I wouldn't even bother getting ones for the CPU because it just doesn't matter. Like you barely see it. It's usually covered by a cooler, but they all just come in the same pack. So if you buy the pack, you might as well use it, right? Yeah, you can barely see the wires. Like it's, you know, that's as tight and tucked as you're gonna get it. Okay, that looks better. You only ever need one cable tie for the 24 pin, realistically. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Okay. Okay, nice, nice, nice. And then we're just going to start feeding cables through because that's how we do it. So, get a better camera. Oh, I nearly fell over. Get a little camera angle. Start feeding bits through. So we've got a USB-C cable there. Why is it going up like, hang on, where does the USB-C go in here? Yeah, so that should really be going in through just straight through the top like this. I just feed the full length through and we can pull the rest of the slack back later. Okay, so this can go, oh, that's a little bit of a squeezy. Oh. God, you've got to be really careful not to bend the headers pushing these through. Gosh. Holy moly, that is cramped. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to have to be very specific about how we feed these through. So that's a USB, that will go through easily. And then front panel plugs, where are they? Oh, just a power switch, perfect. So those two are through, and then we'll also need the USB 3 to go through. That needs to go through next. That's the 12 volt high power. That will need to go next there. Oh. The case is like quite tall. It's short, which helps with the cooling. So it's just well designed. And then HD audio will need to go through as well. That's good. And then ARGB plug will need to go through when where's, oh, this uses USB, doesn't it? So that's all right. Do we need to put a fan down there, or can we put that somewhere else? There's actually no fan speed plugs down there, so we'll put that up at the top one here. Now the ARGB, I'm guessing that must be controlled via the Fractal's web app software, so that's good. That's one less thing to have to sort out, I guess. Yeah, cool. Well, good luck with your Threadripper. Why? Just why? Unless you're running VMs, I don't see the point of it. Right. Okay. So cables is what this thing? What thing? That's like a hub for all the fans, for the momentum fans. Righty-ho. Just making sure there's nothing else I need to plug in. All the other cables are done. All right, so let's start plugging. What's that in the left? Well, we've got these are cable management hubs. These are just all the cables. That's a little like air scoop thing. Look like own pixel. I don't know what that is. People say like you look like this guy, or like People I've never heard of. I hope that's a compliment. Yeah, you'll see in a minute, Jake, how the cable management works in this one. It's really good. It's really good. Right. It's just like the easiest cable management you'll ever see in a case. All right, so good. And we'll just work from the right to the left. So power switch. Pull the slack. USB 3. And then USB 2 for the RGB hub. Nice, that'll be for our graphics in a bit. HD audio can go in now. And then the customer actually wants a spinning rust drive. So I'm gonna have to put a SATA cable in, but that's okay. We can do just that. Right, need that motherboard box wherever I've put it. I started just including only one SATA plug-in now. That's funny. Robo, that is correct. Yes, M80X is the same. The plug that they give you is an angled one, and that's not. I don't know how well that's going to work here. I think yeah, it'll be all right if we just give it a little crimpity crimp like this. Oh, that actually looks decent. All right, cool. So one thing I'd forgotten to put in is that anti-sag support, so let's do it. Well, there's no way there's a laptop with 128 gigs of RAM. I've never heard of that. Dude, that's you'd be worth it just for the RAM alone. All right, so I just forgot we've got to put that anti-sag system in, so let's do that. Okay. Back in the old days, he used the Dremel often. Well, thankfully, those dark days are behind us, soldier. What's the biggest mishap you've done whilst building one of the PCs? Oh, it's been a while. I'm quite good now. What have I done back in the day? Well, I forgot to put a second SSD in, but that was like 2 years ago. That's the most recent mistake I can think of. Before that, I made the mistake of trying to ship a custom open water loop system. And I don't even know why I tried that. It was completely stupid. So yeah. Those two are the worst ones. But generally I'm pretty good, I think. Done it enough times now, like nearly 1,000 times, so I should get it right, shouldn't I? Johnny Badia, hello. And who else is that? That's just good evening, my friend. We have been busy. We have been busy. Just doing a little white spot build. Yeah, it's pretty clean. It's going to look really nice when it's done. Obviously, the pump head bit isn't on yet, but it will be at the end. Come on, in you go. Just doing the anti-sag brace at the moment. Yeah, it felt a lot better, that one. The anti-sag comes with like 2 different standoff thread widths, so usually it's the thicker one, but sometimes it's the thinner one, so we're just trying them out to see. And it is the thicker one. How many builds left? Well, the 16th will be my cutoff for like guaranteed Christmas. I've got 4 more after this one, but I won't do them all on stream. Like, it'll take me far too long. I've got another Fractal North. I've got like a budget one to do. Did you see those? There was some bundles on CCL, so I picked up a couple of those to put together some sort of last-minute budget ones. Yeah. All right. So now this can go on. Yeah, there was some good CCL bundles. So there was they called it like a 1080p. I don't know why they called it a 1080p gamer bundle, but it was an 8400F, A620 motherboard, tower cooler, 16 gigs of DDR5, and that was about 300. So it was like kind of meh. It was okay-ish. And there was a Ryzen 5 5500 tower cooler, B550 and 16 gigs DDR4 for like 270, which wasn't too bad. Okay, so, oh my god. Well, oh my god. Guys, Jesus Christ, is only... it will go, but Jesus, it's tight. It is tight. No, it'll go. It'll fit, because when you get it in here, it will take off like a couple of centimeters. That I've had this situation before, and it will go in. Don't worry. At that moment, he knew. Well, I'll leave. Actually, well, I'll use it for another build if it doesn't fit. Right. Well, do you know the funny thing is, Michaelin, that the LTT screwdriver, somebody from LTT emailed me and they're sending me one. Why? I've got 5,000 subscribers. I don't know, somebody at LTT must have seen one of my videos, but I thought that was quite funny. So I don't know when it will come, but they said no strings attached, because I was like, there's no way I'm doing a review on a LTT screwdriver, because I'm just going to tell people to go down to Halfords and get one for £6 instead. So, but if they're going to send it for free, I'll have a look at it and just try it out and see what it's like. But I really can't fathom 60 quid for a screwdriver. Right. Oh, this is a beautiful card. Let's get everything prepared. So that's going to go in there, so we'll need to move that one up to here. No, you can't adapt laptop RAM to a desktop socket. I'm pretty sure. I mean, if you can, it'd be interesting, but I wouldn't have thought so. I've never heard of that anyway. Yeah, I noticed it. I have to be careful what I say. Well, is it a good screwdriver is the question, I suppose. I mean, this screwdriver is great, like the long handle one. Very handy. Okay, here we go, boys. So, here we go. No, I'm confident this will go if we just get the angle right. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, no. Come on. It's getting caught in the perforations in the back. Come on. Yeah, here we go. Oh, I told you so, boys. I told you it would go. But now I've got to plug it in. It is a luxury. Is it good? Well, we'll see. They're sending me one, so we'll see. We'll see if the screwdriver's good. I cannot believe. I did not know that the clearance is going to be that tight. It's also a triple slot, so I'm going to have to take out one of these plates. The 5080 we just used isn't even a triple slot. Oh, for God's sake. So I'm going to have to move that up. Take that. Like a legit triple slot that you have to plug 3 screws into. God, even the 5080s don't, most of them don't have that. All right. I'm glad I put all the cables through. Start with. That's crazy. Well, because I've been in this boat before with the really big GPU thing, man. And I've got a good eye for whether it will fit. Just ask your mum. Right. Dude, that is this guy's going to have a real fun time trying to get this out when he upgrades in a few years. All right. Well, listen, it's compatible. What can I say? Ah, incredible. Right. Oh, it's just that fractal Meshify 3 thing where the GPU doesn't push in on the left side properly. Come on. On the older units of this case, they do this. All right. I have had this one around for a while. Bugger. What was that? Oh, no. That's insane. That is utterly insane. But why did they make such an enormous 5070 Ti? No. So the thing is, Jacob, this is exactly the reason I put the M2 slot in the lower slot, because the top one is free, so the customer can just get in there and put their own in. It's exactly the reason why for this kind of thing. That's the reason why I try to use the lower slots on the motherboard first. All right, it's going. It's going. We got it. We did it, boys. We did it. We did it. I can't get over how fucking massive that GPU is, man. It is utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Like it's all the way at the bottom of my anti-sag system. That's going to loosen these up a smidge. It's so damn funny. Right. Okay. Need the plates now. Ooh, squeeze and a half, isn't it? So that's going to hit the fan there, so I can't put it there. Oh. Oh, I can tell already. Putting this anti-sag in is going to be a faff and a half. Okay. Right, that's the position we need. But so if I put it there, I would need to put Do I need to put a sponge on it? I think the top slot is Gen 5, but it's a Gen 4 SSD, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. I mean, but egg would have been on my face basically if this didn't fit, because it was between this and a Ventus, and the Ventus was like 10 quid cheaper, and I said to him, you should just get the Aero because it's just a better card for 10 more with better warranty. And I almost cucked myself. Right, so that's going to need another sponge. The things we do for love, huh? To Houdini the GPU in. Okay. It's going to need like another 2 spongy bits. Well, if the drive fails, then yeah, but the drive's not going to fail. I've never had an NVMe SSD fail. I've had a few cheap Chinese SATA SSDs fail, and then I stopped using them. But can you imagine if that SSD broke? That would be sad. Just get your local exorcist round to remove your GPU, Houdini. Okay, so we've wedged it up. That should hopefully go in here now. I think it's got one too many pips on it, so we'll take one off. That's perfect. Great. So now what I have to do is screw it in place without messing everything up, which is easier said than done. So you can't see the hell what I'm doing here, but I'm trying to basically mount this to that plate underneath as the anti-sag support. But it doesn't balance, so it's tricky. It's tricky. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. That's looking dead straight. Perfect. Oh yeah, that was actually a lot easier than I was expecting. Pog champ, let's go. Skibidi toilet, Riz. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Now, the next interesting development will be, I've pre-fed the 12 volt cable through. Will it reach? I'm going to have to just give it a bit more slack to come through. Ugh. So it will reach, but I don't want it to impact on the fans. So this is definitely a 5070, and they haven't sent me a goddamn 5090 or something. Yeah, did it? It's unbelievable. There's no way, Jaker. There's no way. I'm actually going to test it. I'm actually going to test it. You got to send me. You got to show me where I can get that adapter. But surely the laptop RAM is inflated as well. Dude, you could have actually just found like a total solution. Well, until everyone finds out about it. Oh, do you know what? The cable actually sits really nicely. Okay. Okay. We'll take it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take it. The alternative with the cable is you run it over the top, but nah. You can also use a right-angled cable or right-angled adapter plug. But they don't really work very well when the plug is recessed like this, so I think I'm just going to leave it like this. Looks clean enough, I think. All right. All right, all right, all right. So what can we do with that? I think we'll have to just leave it. It's unfortunate those cables are so long, there's tubes, but I don't think we're going to be able to do anything about it. I guess I could push it back there, but I don't like the look of that. I think it'll be fine. I'll leave it like that. And we can mount the top one as well to try and really bolster it securely. So let's just do that quickly. Jake is like, he's here and he's sorted out the Rampocalypse for viewers of the channel by working out that you can convert laptop RAM to desktop RAM. I mean, who knows if it will work, right? You might be able to buy something that fits, but whether it works, I don't know. I'm going to have to try it for a video, right? No video. Just keep it secret for the boys. Oh, I can't have that. That looks like, oh, it's bent. Can't be having that. Oh, wait to buy and do that. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I'm not going to do a video without trying it. But that could be a viral hit. Although, more likely what would happen is I'd post it, some mid-tier YouTuber that's like just a bit above me would then copy it without attributing it to me and then get loads of views instead. Well, I'll share it with you boys before posting the video. So if it works, I'll let you know. I'm skeptical. I am skeptical, not gonna lie. Okie dokie. Right, let's do some cables. Before I damage this front panel, let's just take it off. There's a secret to airflow, isn't it? 140 fans on the front of your case. Okay. Right, so we need power supply and we need cable management. And we're actually making some good progress for once. Well, yeah, I know, Pharaoh, but where's the fun in that? That wouldn't be a magic trick then, would it? Where would the suspense be if I just did that? Yeah, why would I need a white power supply? I've got white cables and it's all blocked on the front. So you don't need a white power supply if you using cable extensions, right? Alright, so I'm actually going to need some SATA plugs for this one as well. That's an 850 watt. It's fairly standard power supply for this kind of spec, I would say. It's a Montec Century 2. They're back on sale at Scan for 75 quid again, so I might actually buy a few more because I've used up all of the ones I've already bought. Right, so we don't need PCIe, we do need that, and we do need that. So, you know, if white power supply is sometimes really expensive, but if you just got extensions, then you're all good. And the extensions always look nicer than the white cables that come with a white unit anyway, so you're winning every day. How exhilarating plugging in power supply cables. The 12 volt, oh, because if you don't plug it in all the way, it can like melt the connector, which is pretty bad. I mean, you know, user error, it is user error if we're not plugging it in properly, but I think I don't think it's too much to ask that your connector just doesn't blow up, right? Okay. All right, so now I can feed these cables back through like this. Oh, they save height by doing this. I know why they do the power supplies this way, but it's annoying, isn't it? You have to put like the plate on and then slide it back through. Whereas on most cases you can just put it straight in the side. Ooh, long day. Streaming a lot today. I love how it says like 2 p.m.-ish end in the stream plan. That was a bit lofty, wasn't it? Okay. Oh yeah, there we go. Perfetti. Grazie mille. CL46. Yeah, but if it gets you on the platform, dude, it gets you on the platform. If it's, you know, people might accept that. You will lose performance on your CPU with that RAM. You will. But desperate times, baby. Desperate times. I mean, that's the equivalent of like DDR4 2133, isn't it? With that kind of timing. Well, hopefully one of these Amazon packages I've got has a hard drive in it. That would be perfect. Oh, that's a smart plug. Maybe it's in this one. No. Oh, where's my hard drive? Amazon. Maybe it's coming with a different delivery guy, I don't know. I'm just looking to see what's happened with my hard drive delivery. Arriving when? Oh, bloody late. Oh. I could probably just give the customer instructions on how to install it, right? So they've delayed my Seagate SSD by 5 days, and they didn't tell me. My Seagate hard drive even. So I was going to put a hard drive in here, but can't now. Okay, well, we'll just hook up what we can, get it tested, and work out what to do with the hard drive sitch. Is it safe to air blow a PC to remove dust? Yeah, you just got to hold the fan blades still so they don't spin too much. Okay. Okay. Let him cook. Let him cook. Can't believe my hard drive is delayed. That sucks ass, man. You have to wait for the Chinese. Do you think the Chinese are going to supply us? I don't think the Chinese are going to supply us with DDR. Why would they do that? They probably need it themselves. I have a bit of mineral oil PC. No, and I never will. Because what's the point? What is the actual point? It just makes for a viral YouTube video, which is fine and, you know, it's cool, but just I don't really see the point. Like, what am I going to do with it after? No one's going to want to buy it. The channel is only possible because I sell the builds after, unfortunately. So yeah, and like, I don't think you need more PC cooling than what you can already get from AIO liquid coolers on CPUs. So. All right, we'll just show you just how easy it is to cable manage in this case. So you literally just grab whatever cables you need. Whoops, and you just give it one of these. pretty good. It is one of the best cable management systems. It's just so easy. It's like you don't have to even think. You just stuff it to one side, and then you just put the clip on. The profit margins is too low. I wouldn't recommend it, and I won't be doing it forever. You need to find a different way of making money through it. Unless you scale, you're going to have no chance of surviving. Like, even just to make it like a one-person thing to sustain your lifestyle is probably not going to happen. There you go. And how does Dell do it? Well, they've got huge teams of people and they get massive quantity discounts, don't they? So the market is poor. The market is poor in general, even before the RAM. Hey, look at that, guys. Beautiful. Very pretty indeed. Yeah, computer repair is better, especially if it's easy desktop repair. That's much better. You know, much less capital expenditure, just generally better. Yeah, Nano knows the score. You have to do something else. Setting up email. Is there a market for that, do you think? All right, gentlemen, I think we're looking clean and tidy. Just neaten up this cable here a little bit. I mean, they might use the same cooler on the 5090. I wouldn't be surprised. It is it's razor straight though, no sag. All right. So let's boot this up, do a very quick temperature test, and then I'm going to sign off because I've been on stream for so long. Yeah, that GPU is it's a monster. It's an absolute monster. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we'll need plug and screen. Mr. Beast PC. Well, yeah, even Mr. Beast couldn't make PC building that profitable. You just have to do it for a bit of fun, and then as an extra income rather than replacing your income would be my take on that. Okay. So power is on. We need to plug in the USB for the monitor. And we'll also need USB for BIOS, etc., won't we? Where's that? Ugh. Where did I put my keyboard and mouse? Oh, that's right. Oh, I didn't plug the goddamn SATA power into the hub, did I? That's why I suppose. Why aren't the fans spinning? That's why. Okay. That's okay. It's okay. It's just a minor thing. It's just a minor thing. Okay. Best place for Corsair cables is Corsair's website, I would guess. Yeah, I guess 6 hours in a row is quite a lot, but don't forget, I am also a doctor, so I'm not averse to working long hours without a break, so it comes naturally. Oh no. Oh, for Pete's sake. I've made a terrible mistake. I put it on the other side of the cable. Ah. Okay. Yeah, building PCs is pretty therapeutic. It's also quite magical if you saw the magic trick that we performed earlier, getting this GPU into the case. I think the key thing is just not to don't get stressed, don't rush, especially if you're just building your own at home, just take it chill. If it takes a bit longer, that's totally cool. Just enjoy the process. All right. Okay. Very good, very nice, very good. Well, we'll see, Draper, wouldn't we? I never check. As a home builder, you should check, but I don't, because the amount of time I'd spend checking, it wouldn't tally up to be worth it over the number of builds that I do, because hardware is so reliable now. I can't remember the last time I had a no post situation. If it's 5090, how do you explain to the customer they have to change the power? I think they would be very happy to pay for an additional power supply if they sent a 5090 instead. I mean, I would be. Right. Let's try again. Oh. There we go. We got spin. And there's the RGB. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. Nice and quiet. Ow. So it's stuck on a DRAM light at the moment, which isn't great. Funny how few lights made all the difference. Well, we are stuck on a DRAM light, which on DDR5 is very unusual. Oh no, it's I think it's just training because the light just changed colour. Yeah, hopefully it will just flick on in a minute. DDR5 is pretty chill. Like, it usually just like gets the job done. So I think it's just training. Not worried. There we go. We got a picture. Perfect. All right. Well, let's install Windows. Then we'll check the panels on, check the temperatures, and we'll all be home in time for tea. Bring it in a bit closer then. Wow. Pog Champ. No worries, Draber. Have a nice evening, my friend. Right, now I need a keyboard and mouse. Let's win this. Actually really annoyed that that hard drive didn't turn up today. That sucks. That's the quickest I can get one. Oh my god, what is going to get Toshiba 2 terabyte surveillance? Get that tomorrow. What's the worst customer you've ever had? What do they do? No, they're usually all right. They're usually fine. I mean, I had one person like put in a complaint because I left the plastic peel on the case, and I was like, dude, what? So yeah, no worries, Philo. Catch you later, man. Catch you later. We'll run a quick thermal test on this one. We'll update the BIOS as well, actually. And while that's going, I can get the USB BIOS ready. Yeah. So this is B850 Gaming plus Wi-Fi 6E, isn't it, I think? Yeah. What's the ratio of female to male customers? It's like 90% male, isn't it? Or 95% probably. The other 5% is mums buying them for their kids. That's the truth, really. And they're always buying it for a male kid as well. I did have one guy buy one for his girlfriend, like a white build. That was it, really. Yeah. Mainly the boys. But Oh, it's taken a while, isn't it? I swear Windows takes longer to install, like every time they release a new version. And they're non-binary. Oh, don't get me started on that. Actually, definitely don't get me started on that because I'll lose my medical license. So I'll just say nothing. Oh, looks like Windows has restarted. We'll have another look around the build in a minute. That's true, all PCs should be in binary. Good point. What's going on, Windows? Come on. Stuck on 42%. Never seen that before. Yeah, it's just a male hobby, isn't it, PCs? Like, what are you going to do? Okay. Right, we're not going to dox him by writing Steve. Sorry, I'm not going to unfocus the camera. Thanks, Steve. I'm building a PC for the great Steve Burke from Gamers Nendus. Just taking out the hard drive bracket, just in case, because the customer might say like, you know what, why don't you just wait for the hard drive to come in and then come round and fit the hard drive when it's ready. All right, we're here. So it is Steve Jobs. He's back. His pancreas has regenerated and he is back with us. That's correct. I shouldn't have opened the chipset driver from the SSD. Should have waited. Oh well. He only messed with roots apparently. Yeah, how do you think they got the idea for the logo, Sunshine? There it is. Oh, covered chipset driver, come on. Bam. Oh, how exciting. Chipset drivers. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. NVIDIA driver install. 5090. It is. I would just. I'd cream myself with a 5090. Oh, it's not registered yet because the driver's not yet on, but that's okay. How would Steve sell this PC? That's Steve's problem. He said he's gonna keep it for years and years anyway, so I don't think it's gonna be a problem. And look at it, when we see it, direct GPU cooling from the front fans, so yeah, it's way too big for a 5070. Like the 5080 we used in the last build was like half the size of this one. It's nuts. I think what they do is Gigabyte, they just go, anything 70 Ti and up from Aero will just make the cooler the same and just slap it on all of them, basically. So I don't think they, I think they just use the same cooler on all of them, because then they only have to design one, don't they? The 5080 was like, but it was good, like it cooled well, so, you know, whilst that 5080 was small, it did the job, so, what can I say? GPU, 50, oh, it's not a 5090. Oh well. Alright, give that a little momentito. We can, I need to install the Wi-Fi driver, don't we? So it's probably, is it? It's usually one of the MSI setup ones, isn't it? We could try this one. Might work. But I don't think this is the right one. No. Okay, fine. It's like AMD, isn't it? Maybe I've got it on this one. It must be that one, right? Yeah, thought it might be. Okay, and then we just need the corresponding Bluetooth driver. We'll put Signal RGB on and see if it can control everything. If not, we'll have to use that Fractal web client to control the RGB, which is unfortunate. Oh, they all come with such weird Wi-Fi antennas now. I have like a standard one that I keep lying around, but they don't fit anymore. I'll just plug in a USB one instead. So you would say the 5070 is faster than 5090 because TI, baby. TI. Oh, it does. It controls the fractal, I think. I saw it just move. Yeah, adjust pro. So, fair play. You may need additional setup in order to function properly. Okay, maybe it needs an update. That's probably why, right? Because it's like an old exe I've got of Signal there, so that would make sense. Yeah, it's updating on the bottom there. Okay, time and language, date and time, sync. Whatever updates we can from here. Oh, Signal's got some juicy updates that it's getting through. The 57 is not normal. We'll have a look at it in a minute. I'll just want to, I'll get the BIOS update going in a minute, and then we'll have another look over the case. But if people are new to the stream, this 5070 Ti is ridiculously big. Like, it's way too big, and we only just managed to fit it in the case. It took a bit of Houdini magic. So yeah, we'll see. Come on, Signal. You got what are you downloading? Too much is the answer. Just do the power plan while we're here. Edit power plan. That's it. You got it. That's the one, Jake. I didn't think it would be that big because I thought the 70 Ti they would make a smaller version of it. But yeah. Well, he's not going to have any problems with cooling. Put it that way. This is the longest Signal RGB update I think I've ever seen in my life. What the hell is going on? We could run a Heaven benchmark while we wait. Yeah, we'll do the temps in a minute. We'll stress everything and then come to a conclusion. So it's currently at 39 degrees. We'll have them go for a minute, see where it goes. Honestly, what is Signal downloading that's taking this damn long? How fast is my guest Chungus? It's on 2.4 gigahertz. What's it doing? No wonder. Right, I'm getting the antenna out of the box. Usually, Gigabyte has 5-year warranty, I think. But GPUs don't break. Like, occasionally they do. Well, I mean, it's at 48 degrees at the moment in Heaven. I mean, if the thermals aren't exemplary, I'm going to be mad because this is like an intensely built up GPU. This antenna connection. Why do they just keep changing the Wi-Fi antennas for every single goddamn thing? 58 is good. You know what the best is though? I had a EVGA 3080 XC3 they called it. And no, it was XC3 hybrid, and it had a 240mm liquid cooler AIO on it, and maximum stress test temperature was 48 degrees C, and the ambient temperature, like the idle temperature, was 25. Damn good card, man. Damn good card. We saw a comment from someone said it wouldn't fit. Been there, brother. No, it's at 46 degrees. And it is running at it's running at 600 FPS. Zero coil whine, absolutely none, literally none. Fantastic. In fact, the 5080 we just didn't have any coil whine either. All right, so that's all looking pretty good. Our signal RGB is popping. Looks like we're good. Gonna update the BIOS. Sorry, work on iMacs. Don't do anything with Mac. Unless someone wants me to install Windows on their Mac laptop. I bought an iPhone to use as a company phone to see what it was like. I returned it after 3 days. I hated it. The Apple ecosystem does my head in. Wow, well, Jaker, 7900 XTX is a banging card, mate. There's no need to upgrade from that. And you can get those used quite cheap now, right? What about Linux? Well, Linux is irrelevant until they get kernel level anti-cheat. Because, and just like the amount you have to mess around with it to get it to work. It's like 10 years off mainstream adoption. I remember back in like early noughties, they were saying, oh, everyone's going to be on Linux in a few years, and it never happened. But Jacob, I'm not surprised they like it. It's like 120 quid over MSRP. So I would expect it to be nothing short of perfect for the amount we paid for it. But that MSI 5080 was almost silent that we used in the last build, and that was like below MSRP. So yeah, but I mean, I think the customer's going to be very pleased with the with the thermals and noise. So good for him, I suppose. 964 euros for a 5070 Ti. That's too much, man. That's too much. The new MSI BIOS is kind of nice, actually. Quite like it. Neko, thanks, dude. Good to see you on the stream. Did you come from one of the videos? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. So it looks like it's found the one we need. Marvelous. That is what we need. Yes, I do want to select this file. Oh, it's just taking its time. BIOS is updating. So I'm going to do a little tidy up. We can have a look over the PC, get the panels back on. We'll do a temp test, and then that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to say probably about half an hour left. I'm thinking about ordering in some food if the vegan place down the road is open. If it is not, then I will just cry and make something here. If you go back a few months, how many did? Well, I've got loads. I've actually got a decent amount. I wish. So I do actually have a bit of a knack for like seeing when these hardware changes are going to come, but I always pussy out. Basically, I always like wuss out and think, oh no, it'll probably just come back down again. When I saw it go up to 140, I bought 5 kits for like my 32 gig. I should have bought like 20. I would have been way better off. Right, I just want to see, is Tam's Kitchen open? I think they're not open on Saturday nights, right? All couriers are busy. Oh, so there's nobody available to deliver it. That sucks. Not surprising though. I mean, it's not like a big place that I live in, so. Right, let's do it. We're just tidying up everybody, but yeah. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'll be back next Saturday. And next Saturday, we'll be doing the DDR5 16GB kit giveaway. So if you're trying to start an AM5 platform, but the RAM is prohibitive, then be on the stream. That's all I can say. You might have a chance of winning it, and it's global. I'll ship it anywhere in the world. Oh, sorry about that, guys. My my lavalier mic has actually run out of battery, and that's never happened to me before. So I just plugged it in for charging. Okay, so we're in the fan profile. So we had CPU fan was just a CPU fan, so let's just do a standard curve. This MSI BIOS is really smooth. This is a big improvement. And then we had the pump fan was for the pump. And we want this, and I think it is a PWM pump, so that's okay. We need it in smart mode. And then I'll drag that back to here. Something along the lines of this will do pretty nicely. System fan 1, now that was the VRM fan, wasn't it? So why don't we set that to MOSFET, actually, as a little spicy one. And then we'll just do the same fan curve that we had on the CPU core. Because it is a VRM fan at the end of the day. Okay. And then finally, these are our system fans. And you could run this system really quiet, I think, because you've got an excellent cooler on both the CPU and GPU, so you could run it like that, no problem. Great. Oh, we hit 1,000 views for the stream. Love it. Love it. Thank you, everybody. Did you really? That's interesting, Tech Keeper. Wow, and the NVMe didn't work. Did they have NVMEs on the Z170? I don't actually know. Those like Z70 type boards were really interesting because they had two different Zs back then, didn't they, on the old Intels? All right. Yeah, there we go. We're booting. We're booting. We're booting and we're rooting and we're tooting. Right, Steve, let's see how your PC's going. Yeah, the channel's growing all right recently. Gained a lot more subs in the past 30 days than I normally do. I usually gain like 100 a month or something. And now, like, yeah, I'm on about 400 a month. So it's definitely improved a lot. I think the quality of the videos is better and the live streams are helping a lot as well. But I want to change the channel up a bit, like less focus on build content in the regular videos and just focus more on like guides and help stuff like that's a bit more useful. That's just my thoughts. I don't think anyone wants to actually like watch loads of build videos. I think the streams are good because they're interactive, but the videos aren't as good. Okay, so temperature test. We'll put that on, and then we'll look at PC. Jack Powell's back. Yeah, I've been streaming a long time, nearly on a full day's work, if you can believe it. So we're just temperature testing this PC now. Making sure everything's hunky-dory. So I'll put the 3D test on to start alongside the Prime 95. Dude, look at that idle CPU temperature, under 40 degrees. Pretty sweet. Okay. Look at that idle GPU temperature, 24 degrees. That's crazy. Did you see that? It was like 25 degrees a second ago. All right, so it's fully loaded and it's just below 50, and the CPU is really chilling. What do we think? This going to be better cooling than the Fractal North build or not? I reckon this will be better, but it's got a less powerful CPU, so that's to be expected. Yeah, obviously give it some time, but I just thought like ambient temperature on an idle temperature on your GPU of like 25 is kind of crazy. Okay, I'm gonna tidy bits up. We'll see how the temps do. I'm sure they're going to be exemplary. We'll see 58. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I mean it's at 56 now, so but it depends what load they were putting on it as well. I mean, it can work at 99% and not be as intense as this, so who knows? But it's looking pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Is it lower than ambient? No, it's not lower than ambient. It was close though when it was at rest. All right, so let's get the panels back on. So I'll just divert us away from there for a moment because we'll do a little fly through view of the PC in a minute. I just got to put all the paneling back on it. Yeah, it looks like it's capped out at 300 watts. Yeah, you might be able to overclock it, but that is what it looks like. Yeah. But maybe when we put the panels on, I'm expecting the thermals to go up a couple of degrees, but nothing too bad. We'll work out which way round this goes. The top first, isn't it? I think, yeah. Yeah, so this is like probably my favorite case that I've reviewed this year in terms of like a full ATX or mid tower. One of the best, and in fact the best cooling that I've seen in a PC case in a long time. It's just based on the design. I mean, you got 3 really nice 140mm fans, fine mesh, and quite a short case front to back, which means the air just gets straight to the components and it works really well. And then we just need the top. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this is Mambo number 5. Actually, I can just take you off the tripod, can't I, rather than adjusting the tripod. Yeah, really nice, clean looking build. Fractal Meshify 3. A fantastic case, just comes at a price, you know? It's expensive. It is coming down a bit though, I've noticed, this case. And then we were talking about how big the GPU is. That is a really tight fit. Barely any space for error in there. We Houdini'd it in. And actually the result is that it does look really cool. So drag it around there, have another look from another angle. Ultra clean. Ultra clean. Looks fantastic. And this case has got like a little scoop at the bottom here, which sort of scoops air up into the GPU as well. So as if this GPU needed any cooling help anyway, it's getting it. So it's doing a really good job. The Arctic cooler, 280mm, which we just about managed to fit in the top of this case. It was a tight squeeze. So for people that obviously are just sort of tuning into this one, the spec on this was the 7800X3D CPU. We've got the Arctic 280mm cooler. It's the Liquid Freezer 2. We've got some rip-off RAM, 32 gigs, DDR5 6000. It's Patriot Viper. And then we've got a really nice MSI motherboard, B850 Gaming plus Wi-Fi. The enormous GPU, the RTX, it's a 5070 Ti, but it's the Gigabyte Aero version. Utterly crazy. And of course we've got the case, which is the Fractal Meshify 3. This is the Ambience Pro, which comes with 3 of the front fans, and then the nice strip along here, and there's also the strip around the front bit as well, as you can see. You do have to buy the rear fan if you want a 4th fan, so that back fan does not come with the case. So it's a momentum fan, they call it, momentum. Power supply is a Montech Sentry 2, 850 watt gold rated, pretty solid. And we've got a 1TB SSD in there as well. So really tasty, really nice looking build. Very pleased with this, and I think the customer is going to absolutely love this. It's exactly the kind of style that he asked for. I mean, I'd be very happy with this. It's really, really well put together. Very tight. Cooling is excellent, as we'll see in a second. Can't complain at all. So let's have a look at that cooling. See how we're getting on now that we've put the side panels back on. We can see what the temps are doing. So the story behind this build is that the guy, unfortunately, his house got flooded while he was on holiday. So he had to get the insurers in to get him paid back. And like his treat to himself for like having a really bad thing happen to him was that he'd get a new PC. And I was like, you know what? Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. See you later, Roman. See you, man. So how are we doing? So 61 degrees on the GPU and 75 on the CPU. Pretty good. Pretty damn good, man. Let's leave this going for another, let's say 5 minutes. And then we'll come back to this, see how it's done. I expect it's close to being saturated now, and it won't change however long we leave it. So yeah. All right. So whilst we wait for another 5 minutes for the temperatures just to formalize, just tell some of the loyal viewers in the channel about how I'm trying to change the channel a little bit going forward. So I just got to load up my document that's got all that on it in my Notion. So just give me one moment. Nearly there. All right. Then we can go window capture. We'll change that so that it is Notion. Hey, there we go. Let's see if I can zoom that in a bit. Yeah, beautiful. All right, so just like talking about some channel stuff in general, what I've noticed in the videos is that I don't think people really like the build videos that much. And I see why, because it's, especially with the RAM being what it is, it's tricky. So I'm going to sort of try and focus a bit less on the build showcases, work on more things about how to get the most out of your hardware, how to do things properly, etc, etc. Focus on the teaching. For some builds, like, it's beneficial for me to do them as videos. So I'm going to try a new series called Calm Builds, where it's just really chilled, slow approach to builds rather than it being like a montage and hype beast type stuff. So that's the idea. Obviously the guides are going to come in as well. We're going to have the advice series for like making the best decisions for purchases and things like that, and some ideas for people that I might want to collaborate with on podcasts there. So obviously some of them more likely to say yes than others, but it's just some people that I thought of. And we've got a couple of like small things that are being sent in. So LTT are sending in the screwdriver. There's a new company called Tico Mass that produces AIO liquid coolers. So we're checking those out. But with these things where companies send me stuff, I'm not doing dedicated videos on them unless they pay me. And I'm not big enough for them to pay me. And I'll never let them tell me what to say in the review, because it's not a review then. Like, what's the point of that? I'll just be like everybody else. So we'll sort of use them in videos, and then if I get it for free, obviously I'll be telling you. So we'll see. So that's like the plan of things I want to change. Be a bit more helpful rather than just doing the build showcases. I don't think people want to see that in a RAM market like this. I don't think people are as interested. So that's it, and then let's see how those thermals are diddly doing. So I think we've probably reached our steady state now. I mean, that's quite incredible. 75 degrees C on CPU, 61 on GPU. Come on, guys. I mean, that is incredible GPU cooling. That is the best I've seen, actually. That's the best I've seen in a long time. But you pay for it, and it's probably not worth it. Let's say you have a GPU that goes to 75. Functionally, you're getting the same performance out of it. So, you know, if you want to chase the numbers, then that's fine. On the 5080 build we did earlier in the stream, like the GPU was going to 75, but it was still doing really well. The CPU in the other one was the 9800X2D, so it's a bit hotter. But we noticed in games that the temperature was really low. So either way, you can get good cooling with air, you can get good cooling with liquid. You can do it either way. But the 7800X3D is pulling 40 less watts than the 9800X3D. So it's no wonder the temperatures are better here, right? Great, so we are going to close it off in a second. We'll just give one more sweep through the case. If anything, any questions in the chat that anyone wants to ask, go ahead now. And otherwise I'll leave you to it for Saturday, guys. The cooler on the other PC did really well. So on the other PC we used Deep Cool Assassin 4, like a really premium tower cooler, and the 9800X3D in the stress test bit, which is the same as what we're doing here, it went up to 91, I think. But I did show everybody that when you load up a CPU intense game, that actually that temperature in games is a lot lower, and it was down at like 55 and 60. So don't always take a stress test to mean that your CPU is going to go bananas, because it's just how they work sometimes. Do you know how to get rid of the driver timeout pop-up? Well, I think follow my DDU guide will be the way to help with that. But this case is, yeah. This case is gorgeous, isn't it? The Fractal Meshify 3. You know, I wouldn't get it because now I'm more in like the smaller form factors for my own stuff, and I don't like the RGB on my own builds as much. But this is ultra clean, ultra clean. So if you want that white look, this is This is it, isn't it? This is it. Well, I don't know if the driver timeout does that. I mean, the only other thing I can suggest if you're getting driver timeouts is to reinstall Windows. Complete fresh reinstall, not just reset, like an actual fresh reinstall. So yeah, okay guys, right, I'm going to sign off in a second. So speak now or forever hold your peace. The reason, and the other thing, we're doing the tests this way, just to let you know before I go. Like, a lot of people will test the CPU and then test the GPU, but really, if you want an accurate portrayal of like a worst case scenario in your PC, you should be stressing both of them. They should both be running 100% during your stress tests, because otherwise how do you know what it's going to actually be like when both are stressed? Because one will affect the other one, won't it, in some way? So, yeah. All right, guys. Going to sign off now. Thank you very much for joining. If you haven't subbed and liked, now is an excellent time to do that. And of course, send any of your friends that need PCs over to pc36.co.uk. And then I will see you next Saturday for the DDR5 raffle result. So thanks everybody for joining. Good fun. And I'll see you later.